Hey everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I know I'm a little early tonight, but I got a little tickle in my throat, y'all. So I wanted to come on a little early so that I could chat with y'all for a little while before I lay it on down. I don't have a fancy schmancy intro for this today. I suppose I could play my regular intro, but I'm letting the notifications get out that I did come on early. So I'm going to go on and play the intro and then we're going to get started talking. Okay. Hang on one second. All right, we're back. I had to go on and light me a candle, child, because we're gonna be talking about some mess tonight. I'm gonna handle this as with, of course, the grace and the mm, sensitivity that one should handle it with. Um, but I wanted to come and give you all the perspective on this. I wanted to have the conversation, from a spiritual perspective. I wanted to also have this conversation from the perspective of someone that was an adult when this all happened in my hometown of Milwaukee, and just kind of talk about some of the energies and some of the things that, as I watched this, because I wasn't gonna, but as I watched this, I really got a different perspective. I really got a different. I shouldn't say it again. I got a different perspective. I should say that it triggered. I'm actually going to post on Insta that we're live. So just give me just a second. I wanted to put this out from the perspective of one again that was outside, so to speak. Um, One that was outside, and one that what it did, like what it brought back up. Because sometimes after 30 years, you can forget just how bad things were culturally. And I want to also talk about why there seems to be a little bit of an uproar. And it may have died down by now. And if it did, fair enough. But why there seems to be a tad bit of an uproar in regard to sorry, I am literally trying to find this like I posted on freaking Instagram. Oh yeah, here we go. Um Download from the community. From the community, there seems to be some issues, as we were talking about the other day, from the families not wanting it out, and I guess I could understand that to an extent, but I really want to talk about it. So bear with me. I am about to put on Instagram that we're here. Gallery. I would probably need to sign all the way out. This is just, sometimes Instagram does not make it easy. Uh, Instagram does not make it easy. Other. Can I just get it from my phone? I don't understand what the freaking problem is. Why does Instagram always make it hard? Live now. Live now on YouTube. Join. Sorry, gang. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. See what we not, that's what we not finna do. Paste. Do you know there's Jeffrey Dahmer fan club? There's a Jeffrey Dahmer fan club. This is crazy. How can you be a fan? I don't understand. All right. It's posted over there now. All right, here we go. We're back. We're back. I am so sorry, gang. I'm so sorry. Hello, Deshaun. Hello. Thank you for coming back. Hey, Lady D. Hey, Cricket. Hey, Jeanette. How are you? Hey, Bougie Barbie. How's it going? Hey, Jeannie, Carol. Jesus, love everyone. Yes, for the families that need closure for the story. Plus, yeah, it is the number one movie, isn't it? Hey, Chocolate Earth. How you doing, sis? Hello, Betsy. Betsy BK. Hello, dear. Bougies. Oh, hey, Chocolate Earth. Okay, here we go. I got the same cough going on. Oh, yeah, honey lemon's doing nothing. I'm gonna find my bottle of elderberry. It's around here somewhere. We're gonna drink some elderberry, eat some elderberry gummies. We're gonna elderberry it up. Um, drink me some jasmine and chamomile tea. Put some oregano on my feet, child. That's what we're gonna do tonight. Put some oregano on the feet and get it on right on about you. And I'll probably diffuse some peppermint. So let's talk about it, y'all. So I'm assuming most of y'all have watched by now the Dahmer Story. I'm assuming y'all have watched it on Netflix by now. It's 10 episodes. They're each about an hour. And for those of you that did not, know about this before, I'm sure that it was interesting. It was interesting. Like when you watch these kinds of situations and you're looking at serial killers and true crime and trying to figure out how one could even be that evil. Jennifer says no, because it will have some people thinking on how to replicate his horrific acts or do worse. Maybe. You remember what you okay, so Jennifer, you were grown. You were a kid. Okay, you were a kid in the early 90s. Yeah, I'm gonna get some elderberry. Um But when this happened in the 90s, in the early 90s, there were a number in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, a number of such serial killers. It was not, I wish I could say that it was not unusual to hear about such people. There were also serial harmers of women, um, harmers of children. it got to a point, if I could be honest, it got to a point, and those of you that grew up at the same time, I'll just talk about in the community, in the Black community. You hear about it kind of so often. And the first thing we would say, well, he one of us, is he? Like literally, that'd be the first thing we would say. Lord, please don't let it be one of us. But then, this was different, not only because of the cannibalism, but this was different because of who he targeted primarily and what the reaction or lack of action, I should say, was from law enforcement. This is what made this an extremely, not to mention it happened in Milwaukee, which is not like you just don't hear, it was a lot that went into it, but it was truly it was cannibalism. You didn't understand why someone would be like that. Now, if I can bring up his chart, I will, because I'm always interested to see what one's astrological chart looks like, and I'll bring it up. There are currently 25 to 30 serial takers of life right now. Matter of fact, there is one for those of you who are in the Stockton, California area. That's up in it's considered Bay Area, up by Modesto. There's one right now active that has unalived 6 young, I believe primarily Hispanic, majority of this person's victims have been Hispanic. I feel like it's like 25 to 35, somewhere in that area of age. So if you're in the Stockton, California area, please be careful, young men, please. And yes, we had TV shows at that point. The interesting thing to me is that people can get away with this almost easier now than when all we had was TV and the newspaper and the radio. This wasn't all over the internet. We weren't using the internet like that back then, y'all. This was a whole different time, guys. There was a number of things that were happening all at this time. We were still trying to understand AIDS, HIV, right? So that was very much a problem. Not that it's not now, but you have to understand, there was no PrEP. There weren't any real treatments, right? We were just barely beginning to understand it. Sexuality was not discussed, and definitely not homosexuality. And definitely, you think we don't discuss it in the community now, in the Black community now. It was not. And if you watch this, you will see that culturally, period, we weren't discussing it. Homosexuality, anything but heterosexuality, was still a problem. It was still a thing. You could still pray the gay away then. They would put you in camps or take you to the pastor and take you up to the altar and they would be praying over you all the time. It was not like it is now. Unsolved Mystery Ep and America's Most Wanted and 911 would let us know about these crimes and how to fight back. That is a true statement, Jennifer. That is a true statement, Jennifer. 911 Jennifer. Unsolved Mysteries, I believe, was on. 911 Jennifer. That is a true statement, Jennifer. That is a true statement, Jennifer. Unsolved Mysteries, I believe, was on. 911 Jennifer. That is a true statement, Jennifer. Unsolved Mysteries, I believe, was on Was it Friday night? America's Most Wanted, I know, was on Friday night on Fox. I think it was 7 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Unsolved Mystery, if I remember correctly, was either a Saturday or potentially it was a Monday. No, it wasn't a Monday because it was Monday Night Football. Unsolved Mystery was on, I feel like it was on a Saturday. 911 was on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. But we were being educated as to what was going on, at least definitely the big ones. And people's faces were plastered all over television. And at that point, you really, I mean, there was cable, but really not. It was kind of, but not. Wasn't like it is now. So you really were watching ABC, NBC, CBS. There was Court TV at that point. So, and there was CNN. So we were watching television because, again, the internet was not like it is now. Some of y'all might not, that might be a little bit harder for you to see us. What are we, Gen Xers? We grew up in a time, we were born in the 60s, the mid to late 60s. So we grew up with only TV and radio and newspapers, landline phones. By the time we got into high school and college, that's when we had pagers and brick phones and bag phones. But it wasn't, I mean, I can remember barely having a what do you call it? Answering machine. If you had an answering machine and you had call waiting on your phone, child, you was rich. With no voicemails. You know what I'm saying? So, but the interesting thing is we knew what was going on, I think, a lot more than we do now. And the reason for that is because of so much distraction. I'm just going to put it to you like that. Access, that's why they're able to do it undercurrent, because they have the ability to have more access to people. Online dating was not a thing then. I will give you that. I will give you that. But it wasn't like there wasn't serial killers. It was still happening. They just interviewed the son of the man who unalived him in prison. I need to see that. I want to see that. I think it's easier now because things were more taboo then. Now we're exposed to everything so much until we barely notice these things now anymore. Wow, that's a good point. Hey, AT2, how you doing, darling? Now, I don't know if I have any Chocolate Earth, I think. Did they have party lines? Yes, we did. We had party lines. They were different than the original party lines, but you could dial, like, it was like a 1-800 whatever number, and you literally could talk to everybody because it was conference calls, right? So you could literally talk to a bunch of people on a party line. 1-900, sex lines. So when y'all tell me I have such a voice, I had numbers of boyfriends. I had people all the time asking me, telling me, you need to get on one of them sex lines. You got a sex line voice. I swear to God. People do things still in secret, yes. But we are so distracted. There's so many distractions. I'm going to drop, because this is going to be a real good conversation. I'm going to drop the link early so we can have this conversation. It was free for men and women. For women, men had to pay. Absolutely. You get, child, don't go out on Thursday nights, ladies' night. Don't do that. But anyway, let's get back to Mr. Dahmer here. And let me drop the line here. Now, the reason why I'm even having this, you work on and off for a few. Not you were girl 6. I'm done. I'm done. So I vacillated between whether or not this conversation should happen or whether it shouldn't, whether this needed to be made or whether or not it didn't. What were the ramifications of it? And I do feel like it is very important that this was made. These types of conversations are had all the time. Okay? These types of how many different, I mean, listen, I am not the only one that has ever watched any of the true crime stuff. Hey, Mr. Crystal Tarot. Thank you, babe. Thanks for coming. Appreciate y'all. Now, this might not get monetized, so if y'all got a couple $3, y'all can, I'm gonna pass the plate early because this might not get monetized. Let me see if I've got one. I got the algorithm. No, here we go. I'm gonna play that on the bottom because this one might not make it past the monetization situation. We have a situation here where we have there's a lot of things that were at play in how Jeffrey Dahmer became who he became, and we probably will bring up his chart because I'm very interested now. He was a gay man who could not tell who could not openly be gay. His father didn't want him to be gay. I don't know that his mother would have cared. Grandma sure as heck didn't want him to be gay. So he couldn't talk about that. His mother had very clearly mental health issues. She was taking a number of different psychotropic type drugs, as well as things like, as sedatives and all sorts of things while she was pregnant. I want y'all to understand that she's pregnant, in 1960-ish, somewhere in there. I want y'all to understand back then, they weren't telling women not to smoke. They were still giving William Valium, barbiturates, sedatives, whatever. They just gave them whatever. And a lot of people, a lot of doctors did not have the wherewithal to know it was going to harm the baby. They just didn't know. So I have to also believe that had some effect, including the fact, welcome to the channel, Chocolate Earth.
I'm here for it. Hey, girl, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well.
Good.
So I was just finishing the thought that we did not necessarily know all these different drugs were going to harm the child. She already had mental health issues. So I got to believe that there's some of that can be hereditary as well. We don't even know all of what she was taking. So was he in fact born with some level of psychopathy? I tend to think so. I mean, you can't pump all that stuff into an in utero child and think that their brain's going to function correctly. You just can't. You just can't. And then also, y'all have to also understand, mental health was not a thing. Like sending your kid to, I don't care what color you were, sending your kid to therapy or whatever, that wasn't a thing. Us Gen Xers, we weren't raised to believe you got to go to the psychiatrist. We just weren't. And a lot of us, or go to the counselor or whatever. A lot of us still are like that. Deshaun says there are actually pictures of the victims that was all bent up in the bed, no clothes on. But this was back in 2015 where there were pictures of Dahmer. I don't understand what you're saying, Deshaun. Yes, it was. Most all of his victims were Black. There were a few that there was one, maybe two that were Laotian or of another that Pacific Rim or Asian descent. And then there were a few that were white. The vast majority of them were Black. Yeah, it was horrific. Then when it comes to the serial folks, you never watch docs and movies after watching the series. I couldn't believe this actually happened. There are very sick people in this world. And by the way, AT2, not that this, I'm just telling you, because I just saw on Twitter just a little bit ago while I was eating dinner. I guess there is one up in Stockton, California right now, unaliving mainly Latino men. But now we're up to 6 men of the ages between 25 and 35. So please be careful. Please be careful. I'm not trying to put fear in you. I'm just trying to inform you. This is what we used to do back in the day. Yeah. I know he took pictures of all of his victims. I believe he was a psychopath as well. So the question is then, for me, I like to understand how it happened. Yes, Gemini is back. Some of y'all may know that Gemini was missing. She went on a great adventure and she did make it back home on Friday. So I'm allowing her back in the studio because I'm glad she's home. You heard about the one in Stockton? Okay. All I know is they're being unalived. And at this point, now that it's 6, and that was just as of an hour ago, it was the 6th one was found. Okay. So just be careful. Yes, I'm glad he's back too. She's back too. Gemini, everybody's glad you're back. You two don't tear up stuff now, for God's sake. Welcome back, girl.
Thank you for having me. I had technical issues, but now I see I am correctly ready to go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So this is a tough one. I understand. I think it was Deshaun that said on Sunday that at least one or two of the families are looking to sue Netflix because they didn't want it made. Go ahead.
I can understand that. Me being a crime fanatic, I've been following. I have followed it for a long time. Let's just say I was into it. I was about 13 years old. Started watching Law and Order, right? And then like earlier it was like 911. What was that? Yeah, America's Most Wanted. And then my mom was one of those people. We had Call Wait and we had HBO. So
hey, and that's you were like, hey, we was rich.
We was rich. Yeah. But there's a fascination to it because you're trying to understand a person that you cannot understand. Everything you were saying earlier could contribute, could be why he became who he was. However, we also see it on the other side where a person grows up or a person comes into this world like that. Like there are documentaries of children, what they say, have the ability to have empathy or show in a way that's positive. And to your point earlier, when during that time, especially being, like you said, a Gen Xer, we didn't talk about that kind of stuff. We went to church. We weren't allowed to talk about that. That was demonic. Like, why are you watching this? And it made me alert. It made me alert to what is around us, because this dude looked like he worked at a call center. You know what I mean? And then the next thing you know, he unaliving people. And that happens so frequently.
Yeah, because all of them, if you think about it, if you happen to still watch the nightly news, I mean, I just remember growing up watching the nightly news, and even as a young
Yeah,
adult, and the
right.
first thing they would say when they talked to the neighbors is he was such a well-mannered person. He
Right.
was this, he was
Yes.
that. Now that was not the
Mm-hmm.
case with this man. I mean,
No,
well-mannered
it was
maybe, weird, yes,
it wasn't.
funky smell
Uh-huh.
coming from that apartment, a big problem. Because that's a thing, right? I don't know if anybody here has ever smelled human flesh rotting. That is a smell that you can never get out of your nose. It
Wow.
it, it is so distinct,
Yeah.
and I know that that's probably us as instinctual as humans. But I want to also talk about this thing. Hey, Sebastian, welcome. How are you doing, honey?
Hey, hey. Oh, and hey, Chad, if
I'm
I didn't say
good.
that before. Hey,
How
y'all.
are you?
I'm
Hey,
well.
hey.
How are you, Chocolate Earth?
I am well, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing?
I wanted to discuss this because this is the point one of the points I wanted to get to. AT2 says it's weird because he wasn't blatantly racist, which he was not. But he had to have known the cops didn't care about people of color. They didn't.
Yeah.
And they
Wait,
I
cared
mean, yeah.
even less. And they cared even less about gay people of color. Gay people were just one step above, right? Black folks and Hispanics, anybody of color. Um, that watching this triggered that back again for me. Like I have forgotten 30 years ago what it was like. I had forgotten
Yeah.
just how horrible the police in Milwaukee were. I had forgotten just how much they did not listen to our voices, how much they did not care about our people. I want though to I wonder if it was more a racial situation or if it was convenience and his hunting ground, because the area that he lived in, now my brother at the time, the oldest of the boys, lived just 2 blocks away from there at that time in 1991. So it was predominantly black. It was, a higher crime area and all of this. um Welcome to the platform, King Breezy. Hello, dear. um
Hello,
Hi, how are
Hello.
you?
I'm good. Good night.
Good, we're doing well, thank you for coming. um
Thank
Yes. So I just am wondering, to me it almost felt like more of his local hunting ground, because if you looked at it, he had already gotten away with at least one to two or more
yeah.
before he ever got moved there. Sebastian, what do you think about that, or what did you want to add to the conversation,
I
dear?
want to say, first, I want to talk about like how do we know that he wasn't blatantly racist? That's the first question I have. The second thing I also want to say is why did they have to come expose this to my generation? I'm Generation Z. Like this did not have to be exposed to us. Yes, we've read about it in high school. We've learned about it in psychology. We did all that. But like there was no reason for Netflix to do this.
I
That's
agree.
interesting.
I kind of agree.
You agree,
When you're
King
not,
Breezy?
oh wow.
Hold on.
I mean, I, I mean, but they of Jeffrey Dahmer. Like they made a movie of Jeffrey Dahmer in 2002. They made him in 2010. You know what I mean? I actually watched one of his movies where he put a whole man inside of a freaking acid nut.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that in 2002. Like, and I'm like, and I was so angry. Like, why the heck was he doing? No, it just that movie made me so angry. I just wanted to get him and just wanted to kill him myself. Like, that's how bad it was.
Mhm. Well, this is interesting. So this is very interesting to me to hear this perspective. Thank you guys for bringing that up. So was he? How do we know he was not blatantly racist? I can't tell you for sure. I didn't know the man. I can tell you this though. If you look at the victims and the pattern, he wasn't around black people at first, and he still killed plenty of people. Well, not plenty, but he started it back in Ohio before he moved to Wisconsin. They were white. Do I think that he was, and the question also, I'm gonna answer this question too. Okay. Why did he live in the hood? He lived in the hood because he couldn't go back to grandma's house because that's where he ended up getting the harming a teenage boy, violating a teenage boy. And that judge in that case, which I meant to look and see where the hell that man ended up, because I hope he ended up in the pit.
Who? Which one?
The judge that let him, and I went back and checked the transcripts because I wanted to see, did the judge really say that? And yeah, the judge really said that. The judge really said, "You remind me of my grandson."
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you another chance because I don't want to ruin your life over this mistake. Now, I wish I could tell you that was the only time I had ever heard that. I have sat in court in Chicago, not that about that time. I was in court. I was in there for traffic. I wasn't doing nothing crazy, y'all.
Oh, okay.
It was merely a traffic violation. Okay. Anyway, so I'm sitting there waiting to get called. And they call all the other cases first, the harsher ones, right? They call those first because they have attorneys. So there was this Caucasian man, and now my Caucasian people don't get mad. I'm just telling you the story. There's this Caucasian man that came up there. They had caught this man with dynamite, with guns, with all kinds of other explosives in the trunk of his vehicle. He was high as a Cooter Brown, as AT2 would say. High as a Cooter Brown. They caught him. And he was already on probation for something else, drunk driving or something. And the man said, and the judge told this man, well, son, this is literally what he said. Son, do you have somewhere you could go? Because clearly, you got this job, whatever factory he's working at. His grandmother's sitting there. Yes, he'd come home with me. He sent that man home, slap on the wrist, dropped it down to a misdemeanor, ankle bracelet, and told him he could go and go to work. Next man was a black man. He was out on probation too. He had got caught stealing his children some shoes from Montgomery Wards. This was in September. He had stole his kids some shoes. The judge said, well, why did you steal them? Well, we didn't have any money, Your Honor, and my kids needed new shoes. It wasn't that I thought I could take it. He said, but my babies needed new shoes. They had holes in them. We had to get, I can't find a job, whatever the case may be. That man locked him up for some goddamn shoes. Locked him up in the county jail. Yeah, I'm the cousin oracle tonight. Locked him up in the county jail for a year. No house arrest.
Crazy.
No, none of that. Here, this other man could have blown up half of Illinois. Anyway, I digress. I digress. So he was living in the hood because once he got out, after he did Huber or work release, he couldn't go stay with grandma because remember he was bringing people back and drugging them. Grandma couldn't take that no more. So he had to get whatever place he could get at the time. And that place down there, that was a location that they would put people that had got out of Huber that had nowhere to stay. They used to put him down in the hood. They should never have put him down in the hood anyway, because he had violated a boy.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But this is 1991. This is Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They didn't give a damn about us at all. If you had a drop of
Yes.
melanin in your skin, they didn't care. We were having an influx of Laotian people from Laos, and Hmong people that were coming in, immigrants. There was the big problem. They had an issue with that. Oh my gosh, all these people that come in and like the racism in that city was off the chain. Was off
Wow.
the chain. So yes, this was well before gentrification, and even now, AT2, if you were to go to that neighborhood still ain't worth a quarter. That neighborhood's still bad. It ain't never got no better.
So
It's still
is that-
bad.
Oh,
That's the way they keep them bad.
so is
Yes.
They do that on purpose. That's systemic.
yeah.
And to your point, I'll wait my turn because I had some stuff I wanted to add.
That's okay. And then the next thing, why I tell you, I just find that interesting. First of all, I didn't know these other films were made. I've never seen them, so I didn't even know these other films were made. I guess I wasn't checking for it.
Yeah, there was a lot. There was like Dahmer movies that they made. You gotta do is
Really?
Yeah, I've
just
watched them all.
Jeffrey Dahmer
I've watched them
movies.
all. Documentaries.
Way he was butchering and doing all those men was actually heterosexual, because they were mentioning like, yeah, they like that, and it was a black guy, and one of them was straight.
Mhm.
He had 17 victims.
Mhm.
17 lives that are changed forever, and the families of them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, but unfortunately, since the early 1900s, when newspapers was the thing, our society has been built on the fascination of criminality. We call people infamous. You were talking about earlier, there's clubs, there's people who write these people or fantasize about how this and that goes on a constant. It's this energy that people develop, and copycats and the whole nine, and it's like you don't have an identity, and the one identity you want to pick is someone who is intentionally hurting people on the guise of I'm lonely. Because that was it. He said, I wanted to make them stay. I didn't want anybody to leave me because whatever was going on within him. It's very scary. It's very scary.
Well, that's why I question him being a psychopath, because, or that's why I brought that up, because if his mother had the mental health issues, right? Parents get divorced. Dad can't stay around because it's not, some people say she's schizophrenic. Some people say she's manic depressed. I don't know if she was ever diagnosed with anything. So and then he got him interested in, taxidermy, and was not paying attention to the fact that it was more than just an interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was more than just an interest. Like, he was so happy the boy showed some interest in something. But could you not pick that? Could you not pick that? Like, I question I think my granddaughter did, but my 8-year-old granddaughter, she actually likes watching like Criminal Minds, and she likes like that kind. She likes to try to solve mysteries. And I'm like, okay, like we go to a point with that, But I don't want to see you running around here playing with no bones and trying to. Nah, man, we ain't doing none of that. We ain't, like,
That's the bone. But you know what?
but that's us old school. See, old school, we'll tell you, nah, pimpin', that's going a little bit too far now.
Right, exactly. My mother was that way.
Right.
Because she wouldn't watch certain things with me. Like I have watched, and earlier to that point, I have seen every documentary on every serial unaliver.
I watch a lot of them too. I read a lot of them. I read a lot of true crime.
That's where I started. I started reading. My grandmother used to read the true crime novels. That she used to have those in the house. Like they were old school. Like these was from like the 50s and stuff. However, on the side, on the other side of it, because I love sociology, and so it's like when you take for instance the environment that a person can grow in, it's just like anything else. And that's why I always say that we imprint on each other, right?
Yes.
Our interactions with each other, good or bad or indifferent, or someone that inspires you and somebody to scare you, creepy, all of those particular things. And I kind of wanted to answer, is King Bree, is that it? I'm sorry, I'm old.
King Breezy, yes.
King Breezy. Yes, I wanted to say that unfortunately we live in a very sensational media market. Sensationalism has always been the number one on the list. The reason why they bring this now and decide to do another documentary on this man, unfortunately, whether the media wants to say so or not, we have this going on in the background. There are, I put it in the chat, it is 25 to 30 serial unalivers currently as we speak that the FBI is looking for, but they haven't been caught yet. And so this is that dark side of life that I know I wouldn't wish that on anyone to be affected in that way. However, it happened a lot in the hood to what Hart was saying. There was, I don't know if you guys know about Samuel Little. Have you ever heard of him? Samuel Little is a Black man currently sitting in prison who by count, the last count they did with him, he has taken lives of over 100 women. The only way he knew how to, he didn't remember their names, he drew their pictures. I think I'm sorry, it's 93. Let me get that right. 93 women, and they think it's more. And that's the sad part about it. You have a lot of cases that are still open where people are missing, people have been alive, and they could be sitting in prison right now.
Or they just get away with it because they don't care about us.
Exactly. And that's the scary part, because in Cleveland, where my mom is from, there was two in this century, in this era, two major ones. I can't think of his name. It was so bad that the company that was sitting next to this man's house was complaining about the smell. And then when it all came out, this man had human remains in his body, in his home, wrapped in plastic.
Yep.
There was,
and didn't he have a bunch buried in the backyard too?
Yes, all over the house. And then they had the way they caught him is because this woman jumped out of the window.
Yep.
It is footage of a undressed, she was completely dressed, running for her life, jumped out of a second-story window, and he was chasing her.
Yep. That was the only way they caught him.
They planned, and that's the scary part about, yes, we may be in a different time, we may have technology, but there are still these dangers out here.
So, okay, so I want to get back, because I think that was what Sebastian was talking about, was why tell us now? So, Sebastian, can I just ask, why do you feel that this was something that you didn't want out there on Netflix?
Okay, first of all, I am Generation Z. I am a
Yes.
2000s baby. I'm a 2001 baby. I didn't grow up in the time of his acts. I did not grow up at all. I did not see it. I'm
Hmm.
seeing it as a secondary source. I'm seeing videos, articles, and things like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
I've written stuff on him in sociology and some other
Hmm.
SKers. I
Hmm.
actually, in my former high school, there was an SKer who was actual student teacher in my high school
Hmm.
for a month. And then after that said for a month, and then a month after they were fired, they did an act and they caught him. Yes. Where he had his former high school teacher decapitated. Yeah. And had her head in the passenger seat. Yeah. So this whole thing, I was not raised around it. I was like, why do we have to bring this dark? We have to open Pandora's box onto this situation. That's my thing. Like, this is for us, Generation Z. We never saw this, but now that we have to watch this series and everything, it's gotten crazy. It's gotten very crazy, and it's instilling more paranoia into us. We're already fearful of a lot of other things.
Yeah.
This is instilling more of that fear.
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you feel like it was just instilling fear
I only
rather
watched
than
one
being
episode.
informative?
I only watched one episode because I don't know if I could go through that whole thing yet. I don't know. As I said, I used to suffer from night terrors and nightmares.
You don't need to watch it, honey. Then don't watch it. I've watched all 10 now. Don't watch
I
it.
used to suffer from them, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it could trigger it all again.
And I'm not a psychologist, psychiatrist. I'm not a counselor. I can't tell you. I could just tell you from an auntie's perspective, don't watch it. You don't need to. It's okay. It's all right. You know the story, so you don't need to watch it. I didn't necessarily find anything extremely gory, but because it's not telling it from his perspective, but it is triggering it to the point where I can't say because I've never dealt with night terrors, right? But I would just say this: when left up to the imagination, your mind can imagine way worse things than what you see sometimes.
Yes.
So I would say don't watch it.
Okay.
Hmm.
I was going to watch it. I was. But like since you're telling me don't watch it.
No,
Someone told me don't watch it at night. Someone told me don't watch it at night. Watch it throughout the day.
well, I mean, yeah, but see, I'm the type of person, if I'm watching something, like I will literally binge and stay up all night long as I possibly can.
Oh, I'm
And then
not.
I'll pick it back up the next. I'm crazy like that. So I just feel like if the thought is even that you could possibly be triggered by it, then don't watch it.
Hmm.
Maybe wait. I don't know. But it isn't told from his perspective, and there's not like a ton of gore. I will say that. Um, I think for me, what got me the most was just how an entire community of law enforcement, both as police officers and then as the judiciary, could have let this man go in the first place.
I agree.
How his parents, I'm not blaming the parents, but how the parents and grandparents, I guess you don't want to believe that your child, because of the fact you didn't want to believe that your child was gay,
Hmm.
you also didn't want to follow that gut. I mean, to an extent, I feel like his grandmother was afraid of him, and I don't know if his dad was or wasn't, but I don't know. I guess our families are a little different. Like, if I am in fear ever of any one of my children, you can't be. We ain't doing that. And if I honestly, like to this day, as hard as it would be, if I thought that one of my kids was doing something this heinous, I would have to turn them in. I would have to. Because as a human being, I could not allow other people to potentially be harmed. Or I would get them help or something. I would do something. So, and I understand it's different now, but I don't know, man. So I understand the fact that it's instilling more fear, which that I don't know. I don't want y'all have dealt with enough from 2020 on. Yes, the reasons he got away with it, not just that though, guys. It was that they were people of color, but it was also, you got to remember, this was also bigotry against homosexuality as well.
Yes.
And it was also, oh boy, again, my Caucasian people don't get mad, but, and I don't use this term very often, but this here was white privilege.
That's what it sounded like it was white
Because
privilege,
he
because
never got
they
questioned about nothing.
long, like
Yeah.
all this long time, you didn't catch this time since the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, and it's been that three decades? Was it a decade? He been killing.
When did he start killing? He was in high school,
He
so that would
started
have
in the
been in the
70s. Yeah,
70s. Then he said he
that's
stopped for 9
his first.
years.
Oh, he stopped for 9 years,
He stopped for 9
and he
years
started killing again.
when the stressors and all of that.
What
Like,
stressors?
well, for him, they were stressors. So it looks to me like the drinking. I think he stopped when he was in the armed forces, but he was drugging people in the armed forces. That's why he got kicked out. He was a medic, a combat medic, never saw combat, but he was trained. So he knew about these drugs and what drugs you could give somebody and how much and what would, knock them out and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. The gentleman, Tony, I think it is, the deaf man. I still question whether or not, if Tony had not left to go to work, which should not have, I mean, that triggered him because of childhood. His dad would leave to go to work and on trips, and he'd leave him with the mother that had some sort of psychosis. I don't know that he would have, I don't know that he would have killed him. That's kind of what the interesting thing to me is. So I just can't, it looks to be racist, but I guess you had to be there during that time to understand this was like prime hunting ground opportunity. Nobody was going to check on them. So yes, in that regard, yes. But he had already gotten away with so many murders already before then.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever questioned it. He had a white guy's head in his grandma's freaking house.
Yep, and the police didn't care. And when that boy said that Jeffrey Dahmer was, yeah, who cares? And then they just walked away. That pissed me off. Movie.
Yes.
Like, are you serious? I wish they
would
had their freaking taken away. I'm like, are you freaking serious? This boy was running away. You see the boy, and you can't put
bleeding from the head.
2 + 2 = 4.
Bleeding from the head.
Bleeding from the head.
There's no way you could have looked at that boy's face, because I've ever seen the pictures. You couldn't have looked at that boy's face and thought he was a day over 15. You couldn't have. Impossible. He's bleeding from the head, incoherent beyond measure. But you're not going to believe the black women, especially the women that's been calling. You're going to believe him. And you were so quick to get out of the situation because you were probably more homophobic than you were even racist.
See that?
Now, Bougie Barbie brings up the victims were all kind of poor, lower working class. I don't know that they were. There were the club that was his hunting ground was in a bad neighborhood, but that did not mean that the people that went to that gay club were poor or lower working class. So some of them, working in the trade. Yeah. But not all of them. Not all of them. They didn't even try to find the boy's ID. They didn't even make an effort. They didn't care. They didn't even ask him to provide his ID because he was Laotian, so they didn't care. And then Dahmer says that they're boyfriend and girlfriend are boyfriends. All they wanted to do was get out of there. And the bad part about it is when they showed y'all that the officers got put on leave, they did, paid leave. And yes, they did get awards. They were reinstated after he was about the same time he was arrested, or after he was arrested. They were reinstated to the force.
Wow.
What that family should have done, they should have sued the city. Especially that boy's family. They should have sued the city.
Yes, they should. Is the statute of limitations already done? I mean, over?
I would imagine so. I mean, I would have.
I mean,
this was produced.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I just never understood.
So, go ahead.
I just don't understand what his do that to a human being. Like I mean, looking him up, there were so many ways he did it to each victim. He also actually took a picture of a dead victim where, like I said, like he was bent over in a position and his arms was folded and his whole
I remember.
neck was the mattress. There was a picture of that.
Yes.
And he took
it was horrific. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
I didn't know the only. But he would like.
How the heck? Way with that. I don't understand. Why didn't somebody just have an angry mob and got this dude just for that?
Well, when they arrested him, they took him into custody, right? He confessed right away. Which is actually not normal for serial killers. That's not normal. That's not normal. So I always found that very interesting. What the fuck kind of crazy chart is this shit? Sorry, I'm looking at his chart and I'm like, this is a tad bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. We're going to look at that in a minute. Not to be funny. So he confessed right away. They didn't give him any sort of deal. So he never, once he was arrested, like for these crimes, he never got back out. And Chocolate Earth is right. They did it in prison. They took care of him in prison. And that is that. Now that's some real stuff. That is prison justice, y'all. Like they don't play that. They sure did.
They should have
They
did more than that when he died. They should have done more than that.
Oh, he died a
for
very
real.
violent death. I will tell you that. He died a very violent death. Not to the same degree as what he did to those people, but to those men. But he died a violent death. He definitely did not leave this earth peacefully. And he definitely did not leave this earth. You know, he had 150 years or something, or no more than that, 300 years, 15 life sentences. So he was never going to get out. But but just even thinking that we would have had to basically support him for the rest of his natural life is just, I'm not necessarily an advocate of the death penalty. I'm just saying, like, just the thought of that is just crazy to me.
Yeah.
But I want to stay in this lane of, you know, the reason why I started this is, should this story have been told? Because I want us to examine, and I'm glad you two are here, because from my perspective, I'm like, okay, well, this is what happened.
Wait, I gotta ask a question.
Yes.
Do you think that what he did to those victims get back at his father?
That's
because his
interesting.
father, it was a weird relationship. Like it was something. It's like something's telling father. It's like he's doing all this to these victims to try to test his father or something. I don't know. It's like a weird energy there.
I know he was very much affected by the fact that he felt abandoned by his father. He's abandoned by everybody.
Yeah.
So the trigger would be, I got to go to work, or I got to leave, or I can't stay with you forever. His abandonment issues were off the chart, not normal abandonment issues, but that seems to be his trigger. John Wayne Gacy actually did receive the death penalty in Illinois. Illinois did have the death penalty at that time. I remember that too. That's interesting, Kim. So, we're gonna welcome Levon. Hello, dear.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's a little creeped out by this movie. I just have to come in.
Well, I'm sorry that you're creeped out. I wanted to have the conversation with everybody, especially those of y'all that are younger than me, that didn't go through this the first time. So, Kim, it's interesting you say you did not appreciate his story being told. Wow. I've seen sometimes when they do these types of docuseries or docudramas or movies, where they seem to glorify the person. I didn't feel like he was being glorified. That's interesting. Because I think on the other side, I'm hearing some of the families didn't want their stories being told either. You know what I'm saying? Because they felt re-victimized, which I can definitely empathize with. We're talking about getting back at his father for abandoning him as a child, or what he felt was abandonment as a child. Okay, because they got divorced. He went off and married somebody else. He felt like, and his father used to leave him with his mother that had a lot of psychotic issues going on. I don't know the American law. Oh, where are you? About docuseries, but he was in a perverse way. I guess I didn't. Well, and you're welcome to that. That's an interesting perspective. I did not feel like he was being glorified, but I'm very willing to listen to that perspective. And maybe it is to Chocolate Earth she was on earlier. Maybe to her point, it's a tad bit of our kind of American sick, you know, inquiry or wanting to understand why people go through these, why they have this level of psychosis. Could be. Um, Adrian said she was kind of young, didn't realize he was so deliberate. He absolutely was. They found 16 or 17. There has to be more. I'm pretty sure there probably are. You're in Victoria, British Columbia. Yeah, Canadians, y'all don't have the same stuff we. I don't think y'all go through the same craziness we go through. His part seems subdued to me. The other characters seem far more pronounced. That's what I was thinking too. But I suppose it could come off either way. I'm open to that because this man's hatred and loneliness and being gay. Yeah, so he wasn't even comfortable in his own sexuality and then was not made to feel comfortable. Again, you guys got to remember, this is the 90s. It was it's hard, I know sometimes. It was very, very different. It was very different. Yep, took that out and he's been outcast. Oh, the Canadians got serial killers too. This was tough. Levon, weigh in on this, my dear.
Yeah, I think this whole series, I learned a lot from it. Of course, I've heard of Jeffrey Dahmer before, but I've never known that this story was so deep and intricate as it was. Of course, relating it to my own life, going out as a gay man, people do some promiscuous things, such as going home with people for the first night. This series definitely shows how dangerous that is, because you never know what could happen or who you go home with. From the very first episode, it could show you what could potentially happen when you go home with someone on the first night. It can be very scary. Things like this can happen, especially if you are living in a neighborhood that is very dangerous. I live in LA. I did move away, from my family. So something like this can potentially happen to anyone. This story can happen to anyone. I felt like Netflix made it very realistic, and it hit kind of home to me. So it was very, very creepy. I learned a lot about this movie, or the series rather. So it was definitely very eye-opening, especially for young gay men. I was listening early on, and I felt like you guys hit a lot of the points where it was a little bit of white privilege and a little bit of homophobia of why the police did not want to search his home. Because if you remember throughout the series, he kept on saying, "Oh, there's gay things in here. I'm sure you guys don't want to see it." And right away, the police were like, "Yeah, it's okay. We don't, no worries. Go on with your business." And that does happen a lot. With homophobia, sometimes police may not want to touch you or things like that, because they might feel like some kind of way. So situations like that do happen more often than none. So it is very scary. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I would like to think that doesn't happen to that degree now, but is that still a thing in 2022 where police will interact with the gay community in that way?
Absolutely. But
Yes.
I would say,
Wow.
And I'm not. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, absolutely. And I would say definitely a lot more for my trans sisters. They would definitely experience a lot more police brutality when it comes to, things getting arrested, getting touched in certain areas, certain words or phrases getting thrown at them, getting searched. It happens a lot, and it gets very scary. So this movie, it was not unrealistic at all.
That's scary. That is scary that it's still happening today, especially.
When everybody's done, hey, I'm back for just for a little bit. I had a theory based off what you guys were up here talking about. if that's
Mhm.
okay. I know you was going to say something. I'll wait my turn.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So my theory is this: I love history because it constantly repeats itself. Humans are really easy to read once you start paying attention. And I have a theory as to why we have so many uh, of these serial people, especially men. And I go back to when they would send criminals and who they call depraved, or anybody Europe, especially like Britain, places like that,
Mhm.
Australia and the United States. See, at one point, America was a death sentence, so to speak, because during the time between the 1800s and the 1900s, when more people started coming to America, prisoners were sent to Australia and America. And I wonder sometimes we have such a violent society. Does that have an effect on it as well? Because if you put all these particular type of people in one concentrated area, and I know the argument still to this day is it inherent? Is it just the environment? But I think it's a little bit of everything. And I do think that there's just a large violent streak that runs through our society, period. Like it's just because right now we have, and I had to retract what I said earlier. I thought it was 25 to 30. It's 25 to 50 serial
Mhm.
people walking around currently right now.
Serial
And for
survivors. Yeah.
yes,
Wow.
currently right now with all types of victims. So this isn't just women, just men, just gay men or black men or what. Now it doesn't even really matter. And to your point earlier, Heart, that is scary, but it's true. There's another documentary on Netflix that I followed. It was called Making of a Murderer. Did you ever see that one?
I've seen that. And we'll get back to that in just 1 second. Deshaun,
Okay, go
thank
ahead.
you so much, honey. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I appreciate you
Yes.
being here. Thank you so
Good
much.
night. So
Yes. So yep. And
yeah,
then we're gonna deal with then we're
yeah,
gonna talk about Chinese comics. I want to get
sure.
into that.
Yes. So it's like, as I've learned the historical part of criminality up until now, it has a connection. Because of course you had people doing crazy stuff overseas across the pond, as they say. That's where you get, Jack the Ripper and the different, people
Mhm.
that they discuss. However, when you take a concentrate of this type of personality and you're sending these people to these particular places to wreak havoc, it's like
Mhm.
to the point, and I wrap it up. That's why they called it the Wild Wild West. When people started going west, people would do horrible things to each other for a little bit of gold, for a house, for they women. It didn't matter. So I think that is embedded in our soil in this country. All right, I'm done.
Well, I would say definitely if I'm going to talk about this from a spiritual perspective, there is an energy of this type of psychosis that is it been embedded into this land. You could not have, I'm just going to call a spade a spade. You couldn't have stolen an entire indigenous group of people's land from them, run them off of it, unalive them, place them on reservations. Oh, we reserved some of your land for you? How gracious. And then when it went on and proceeded to put yourself on the rolls so that the peoples whose land it really was, they wouldn't even go get it. You wonder where our 40 acres and a mule went? I want you to go check them rolls and find that out. Because it did get distributed, just not to us. So when you have that energy that is part of the very birth of this nation, that's problematic at best. So you're going to have it coming through generation after generation after generation after generation because it permeates the land. Just does. Permeates the psyche. And then if that's the case, I never knew that the criminals were sent over here from England. Jim.
Oh yeah, they did it for
That's
years.
crazy. Now I knew about Australia. That was a prison island, but I did not know.
Yeah, they were sending them here. The
That's
worst of the
crazy.
worst they would send here.
So Shiny said that we're going to circle back around here. So many people struggling with the same issues and having come from far more painful experiences. What was it about this person that made him commit these horrific? Well, hell, this ain't getting monetized anyway. Murders. Shiny, I think if we understood it fully, then we'd be like him. So I don't even know how. Now, I did bring up his chart. Now, if y'all want to look at it, we can look at the chart in a minute. I did find his birth chart. There was a psychosis that was there. The question is, was he born with it? Was it as a result of the plethora of drugs that prescription drugs that his mother was prescribed, that she was taking throughout her pregnancy? I think it's a combination of both. Kim says in Toronto, there's a problem in the gay village when there had been another serial type of killer preying on gay men of color in mid 2014. My God. And overall, it's really needed to recognize pattern and listening to communities.
Right.
Well, we just need to create our own. Oh, I said that. I guess I'm a separatist now.
Yes, you are. And don't forget. Oh, what did I just get called?
The cat.
Oh, I gotta remember.
The cat.
I was called. Oh shoot! I was just called this on another panel because I said we need to have our own communities. We need to start protecting each other. We need a delegation of all people of color, and we need to start discussing how we can protect ourselves, protect our children, so on and so forth, because you have this large element that is okay with the violence. We're okay if we don't see it, then it's not happening. We still have women who, and young boys, by the way, who are being trafficked right out of the hood, just snatched up and gone. And the cases aren't solved because they're poor or they're from somewhere else. You have one that's out here taking advantage of immigrants, people who don't have anything, and then they're not documented. So if they disappear, who gonna ask for them? You have a lot of predators in this country. It's a very predatory place, and it's very obvious that this kind of behavior, Jeffrey Dahmer is only one in a very large, vast amount of human beings who are doing horrible things to other human beings. And that's the scary part, because they look like you and me, or you know what I'm saying? It could be some your neighbor and you don't know. And I think us as a society, especially when we talk about policing and things like that, again, when you look at the history of how things have been handled in this country, there's a very tunneled vision. Oh, a woman would never be a serial person. That's not true. There are plenty in history. Like, or, oh, that's not a crime because you went there. You know what I'm saying? It's right. This idiotic way of trying to wash away that, oh, everyone is just great and dandy. That's not true. We wouldn't have this conversation if that was true.
That part, Shiny, that the predators running are that part. Now I noticed,
because I was about to too. Yes, Shiny, you are correct.
Now I know this ain't getting monetized for sure. Y'all better start hitting that Cash App or that PayPal now.
Hit
the Cash App, because they gonna snatch every last little bit of coin that I might would have got. That's gone. Yes,
have a
the slave
neighbor.
owners got the 40 acres. What would happen is what they would get the relatives or people that weren't on the bill for owning the slave, and then they would sign their name to it. Or they would, there's so many people that are on that whose names were family names are on the Dawes rolls that were no, they were not even remotely partially, potentially a piece of the indigenous. Not one iota. And yet
Talk
they're
about
on the
it.
Dawes rolls and can get all kinds of benefits. But we're going a whole nother direction. Let's get back. Let's get back. No, you're not, I'm kidding with you, Shiny. Don't worry about it, child. Let's okay. So Sebastian, this is why we needed to put this back out here. It's one of those situations where we can never forget. As painful as these memories are, we cannot allow them to be forgotten or rewritten, because you all need to know so that you all don't let it happen again.
Okay, I have a question about that then.
Go ahead.
So do you think there should be do you think there'll be movies on school Kings? I won't say the word.
Wait, what word? I'm sorry.
They did one school pew pewing, pow pow.
Oh, there's plenty.
Yes, there have been.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of those. They've got plenty.
They
of those.
did
The
one on
documentaries.
Columbine. I feel like it was like about a
Mhm.
year or two after the Columbine
They,
situation.
Really?
yeah, because they did
Oh,
one. They did one on Sandy Hook. They did one on
yep.
Columbine. They did pretty much all of them. You
Mm-hmm.
can go at some type of either documentary or made for TV movie, because Lifetime, they love making movies on really bad movies on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it is because we are fascinated with why would a person do that. Why would a person do that? It's like, I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't do that. But then we also have to understand that the imprinting on who we are has a lot to do. And it was Shiny made the comment, and I'm gonna say this. This is what I believe. It is both. It's not a versus. It's nurture and
Correct.
nature. Because it's like we all can like the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, we also can be other things too.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about showing your true face in comparison to who
Mm-hmm.
are behind the mask, unless you can read somebody's brain, you are a person that's capable pretty much of doing anything. And we know it and we see it, but however, we blind eye it on purpose because, oh well, it happened to them, it didn't happen to me. Oh, that's so sad that happened. However, I would never, or if that happened, I would. We don't know. We don't know.
What? Yes, I agree with you. I, I I want us to be careful, though. I'm not saying you're doing this. I understand that it is putting fear back in. So there is that other subterfuge to it, of now we're fearful of, 2020 made us fearful of even being around our family.
I get what you're
You know what I'm
saying.
saying?
No, yeah,
Like,
that's not my intent. It's just
without, no, you're not. I
Dr.
just said
Lisa,
you're not doing it. I said you're not doing it.
Lisa,
Yeah.
2020 or WEF?
I'm just referencing to the year
Oh, okay. Okay.
and not to the people specifically. I'm just referencing to the year.
Okay.
Actually, the 2020 and 2021 got people to the point where they were afraid to be around their family. They're afraid to be around people, and those that were not immunocompromised. Okay, because if you're immunocompromised, period, like
Gonna be around
being
people,
around
period.
people, period, just on a regular schmegular basis, every
Exactly.
day is a thing. So, but now that put all that fear into everybody. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
it didn't exist. I'm just saying that's what happened. So we
People are
got
creepy.
isolated and all of that. Okay, we got isolated, fearful to be around people. Nobody want to hug. Nobody want to touch. Nobody want to. Now, this can make you afraid. To Levon's point, I mean, I'm sure he doesn't. Well, I can't say speak for Levon. I can ask. This, if you let it, will make you afraid to even go out. I mean, and wait a minute, what was the Pulse nightclub shooting? And then there was another one that was much more recent, wasn't there? Those situations can end up making you fearful to even go out. And that should not be the case. But we also have to be aware, like you were saying. And this goes for
Yeah.
heterosexual or homosexual. I don't care what your sexuality is. Don't take your
Yeah.
ass home with nobody you just met that night.
Period. Dot.
Right.
Now, I don't care. Now, I'm going to tell you, was it Summer Renaissance? Was it Summer Renaissance, Beyonce? That last song, I think it was. That's really my jam. But she was talking about she was gonna thug him and spouse him, and she had just met him that night. Baby, stop! Don't Queen Bee.
You know
Don't
her
tell the
music
people.
for some
Don't
stuff.
tell the people to go home with nobody that night and
Well,
thug him and
I
spouse him and make him kiss the
I
ring.
can't judge.
But
Yeah,
I'm just
but I
saying, I'm
can't.
not trying to judge. I happen to like the song,
Oh no,
but
I'm
don't
just
follow that.
playing.
At least make sure
You
you
know
got a
what? To
friend in
your
the next
point,
room.
like
Yes.
when
Do
we
it
were
safely.
we had right, we had Dare, we had Don't Talk to Strangers. They discussed those good touch, bad touch. These conversations were happening when I was in school, right? And it's like we got so far away from, yes, I don't afraid of people. Like that's not the deal. I enjoy being around folks. However, yes, as the last few years, not so much as because of the pandemic, but more of the reaction of people. Like they wilding out, even now. Like it makes no sense. Like just chill out. However,
Well,
we ignore what is important, which is to protect those who are vulnerable. It is not hard for our government, the money that we have. Why can't we put cameras everywhere that's in a public place? So that would bring down theft, that would bring down assault, that would bring
There,
those things down. It's like,
there are
why won't we
cameras
invest?
there
Yes,
are
I know,
cameras.
but you know what I'm saying. You know what I
Well,
mean. I'm talking
okay, but if we
about
go down that
the
road,
kind
now wait a minute, wait a minute.
that help your neighbor.
But if we go down that road, do we really want to go down the Big Brother route of now they are monitoring literally your every move?
They do it anyway.
But
Do it anyway.
am I going to be willing to knowingly give them that right, aka a Minority Report or Enemy of the State or those old school movies? Some of y'all need to go back and
I love them
watch,
all. I watch
because
all
that's
of
what
them.
the
Yes,
hell
I'm
they
with you.
doing now. Minority Report with Tom
Exactly.
Cruise, and I'm not a big Tom Cruise fan, but Minority Report, they had like they had psychics in this little situation, literally psychics,
Right.
y'all.
Yes.
And they would tap into the psychics, the seers, and if the seer said you were about to commit a crime, they would come and arrest you for a crime you hadn't even committed.
Yes. Pre-crime. I think that's what they called it. Yeah, that's my movie. I love all
They
that
would
stuff.
literally come and they had cameras everywhere and all this jazz and all this stuff. Do we want to get to that
Let me ask you this
point?
question. What about how like South Korea is like that? There's a lot of CCTV in South Korea.
you mean North Korea?
So no, I mean South Korea. South Korea, where it is a westernized a little bit. It is a big. We have a army military base there, so on and so forth. However, if you go to South Korea, or you just can go look, like they got it on YouTube where you can go see them live in parts of their cities.
Okay, so what about it?
There's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're already there, so why not just go on and get the safe part added to it? Now, if
Because
you got a
every time
camera
they
to
tell
catch
you it's
the
for your
yellow
safety, sis,
light,
it's a damn lie. Every
Yeah.
time they tell you it's for your safety, it's a
I
damn lie.
know,
It's a
but
lie.
I
So I
They
I
go too
refuse
crazy
to.
with it.
I'm not going to buy
agree.
into the lie. I'm not going to openly. This is me personally. I'm not going to
Right.
openly co-sign on the lie because I know damn well what you about to do. You're about to take away some more freedoms. You about to fuck me over. Yes,
You
I did
are
say that.
correct. That's why I
You
say to you, now
about to
here's
fuck me over.
exactly. And you
Yeah.
know
I
how
believe.
in this realm, I'll say
I'm
this.
sorry. Mhm.
It is time. No, you're fine, baby. I'm gonna wrap it up. It is time for own communities. And that's just the end of it. Like, if that cannot be seen, if that's not a clear line of what is taking place right now, currently, that you have to, yes, I think Netflix did it just for money and ratings, the whole nine. However, it is still relevant because we still have people committing these types of crimes.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Should this be made, and what purpose could it have been made for? Levon, you were or what could we get from it? Levon, you were going to say something, dear. Go ahead.
I was just trying to say that I believe that we should try and be more like peacefully cautious. We can't live our lives in fear because if someone is really trying to get us and do something, they're going to try and figure out a way. What I learned from this series that sort of creeped me out, Jeffrey Dahmer, he wasn't only violent and crazy, and I don't want to use crazy, but violent and crazy. The way that he tortured people was in several different ways. For example, his neighbor, unlike in the Netflix series, in real life, his neighbor actually did eat a couple of them sandwiches,
Mm-hmm.
a few of them people
Mm-hmm.
sandwiches. So she was in real life was actually eating people unbeknownst to her, and he was
Mm-hmm.
just getting some sort of sick pleasure of knowing that he was dining with her, I guess, every Tuesday night or whatever it was, and they were eating people together. And I guess they were neighbors, and that was every Sunday night. That's
Mm-hmm.
something that she didn't even know was going on. So that was a trust thing that she didn't even leave her house. So we were talking about the dangers of going out in the club. She was eating people in her own house. So that's a safety concern, and she wasn't even leaving. So
Yeah.
what do you do in situations like that? So you can't go around being too paranoid because some things can just happen to you. So you can't be so crazy and live your life as, I guess, insane because that's just going to drive you too squirrely.
Absolutely.
I
But
agree with that.
You can't be too safe.
and then at the same time being alert, right? So you're saying being cautiously alert. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Now, some of y'all don't listen to what the old people used to say, but I remember they used to tell you don't eat nothing out of nobody if they got a nasty kitchen. Now, if I got that smell coming up, and I'm not trying to be funny, but let's
Hello,
be real.
hello.
Now I got a nasty smell coming
Yes.
from your house. I ain't eating a
Mm-hmm.
damn thing that
I'm not
came out there.
eating nothing.
I'm not
Exactly.
What?
eating a thing that
Mm-mm.
came out of that. No, your house smelling like
There
that.
are
Mm-mm.
signs, right? Those are the
Mm-mm.
signs that even though we joke and it was crazy, some of the stuff my grandmother told me, but she was right. Some of the stuff my mother told me, she was right. My grandfather too. Pay attention to certain things, have discernment. It's not so much as that you're living like I'll use myself personally. I have had things happen to me, unfortunately. And has it made me more weary? I mean, more alert, being around people?
Mhm.
Yes. And also paranoid because you don't know what a person may do. You have no idea. And especially, and I'm gonna take it from this part, the heterosexual black woman is in danger the majority of the time. And it is very true because we have one of the highest rates going on right now. And
Mhm.
it's like I have just decided I'm not dating. It's just not gonna happen. Not right now. It would have to be a matchmaker and a third party, and then we got to have some guards over there, and then we can talk because
Well,
it
I
is
ain't
just
going that
it,
far.
right. I'm joking, but for me personally, I find it very disheartening that we have to look at everyone with the side eye. But it has to be that case because you know the people around you who care about you, who love you, da da da, da so on and so forth. However, when you're meeting a complete stranger, we take risk. We do all the time. Even when we like a person, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I think Heart is fantastic, but what if she was evil behind it? You know what I'm saying? How would we know? So it's just like it's just discernment and awareness. And that is what I would tell any young person, any old person, anybody that is out in the public constantly. Because a lot of times too, like you were saying, Levon, it things can just happen and you
Yep.
don't have any like I used to walk home from work at night in the dark. It'd be like 2 in the morning. The bus didn't run, so I had to walk home. And I was approached several times by men coming out of nowhere. But see, my father taught me how to protect myself, to an extent. But if, like you said, if somebody really trying to do something to you, they're gonna do it.
They're gonna do
So
it.
it is, unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword, and we have to hold both sides.
Yeah. Sebastian, how are you
Yes.
feeling about this now? Now that we've had a lot of conversation. How are you feeling about the why this was made, or that this was put upon your Gen Z?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The why
Um,
this was put upon Gen Z.
I'm. I still am having having those same thoughts as I did, but I kind of understand what you guys are saying. How it could teach us to be more cautious. It
Hmm.
could teach us to be more vigilant on what's happening. So I
Hmm.
completely understand that. And I say no to the cameras because no, I don't want to be seeing. I don't want the government to be seeing everything I do in public. Nope. No,
Hmm. Hmm.
that's just
Hmm.
crazy. No, I don't want them to know what I bought at this supermarket, how I bought it, with cash or with card. I don't want that. No, no, absolutely not.
We got to talk about that December 13th situation too. Anyway, that executive order. We'll
Hi,
talk about that.
Lola.
That's another one.
Hey,
That's another one. Hey, Lola, how are
hi,
you, love?
Lola.
Good. It's you,
Hmm.
Heart. Has been having a nice conversation. Always a nice.
thank, thank you, honey. Thank you. You want to weigh in on
This
this tonight? What you got for us, lady?
list. When I tell you, I believe in my mom. The way my mom,
You're cutting
she
in and
likes
out.
all the. Am I good now?
You're cutting out in and out a little bit. Say a couple things again, honey.
Oh, okay. I saw the Dahmer series enforced like it was always locking all the doors twice. She had a dog in the house. If anybody was not playing, girl, they got the at home, just in case they got.
Yeah,
It
honey,
really
honey, are you in
this
a
show.
bad
I'm sorry.
Lola? Are you in a
Oh
bad spot? Can you get a little bit closer to your internet connection? Because your
no,
internet.
no, I got full bar.
That's so weird. Okay, all right, keep going because it's
My
kind of still
connection
going on.
is 10 out of 10. Okay. Um, it's telling me I can. No, what I was saying was the one that really stuck out to me in the series was Tony Hughes. He was, and we got to live, and it just the way they depicted it in the show somehow formed a bomb. I don't even know what to call him. No, and he seemed like such a person who had like a lot of things going for him. About the way he was just sad. All of them, it was
Hmm.
sad, but just seeing it, glad they did do at least that.
Yeah,
It's like docuseries being all about the humanize the victims.
yeah, yeah, definitely that.
I think they even tied that episode. It's later in the series. these are people
Yeah,
too. You know,
absolutely. So, honey, you're still cutting in and out. I'm gonna give you just a chance to. I'm gonna bring the chart up. I don't know what's going on, but you're still cutting in and out.
like I'll try to connect with.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna bring Dahmer's chart up while we're doing that. If you guys are the panel's willing to hang out with me for a second and look at the chart. I can tell you some things I see initially, but this is a wild chart. Let me just put you like this. You don't typically, let me put everybody on the side. You don't typically see this kind of situation going on. There's a lot happening. So I'm going to say some things that might upset some signs, but don't get offended. I'm just telling you what I see.
Okay, I'm waiting. My sign. I'm waiting.
I'm
It's
Okay. We
That's the
have
too.
an eighth house. We have an eighth house stellium. So that's 3 or more planets in the eighth house. He's a Gemini sun. He's a Gemini, like early Gemini sun. He also has his Mercury at home in Gemini, and he has Venus in Taurus. When you have that much eighth house, rather strong energy. Eighth house is also the house of Scorpio. We all know Scorpio is the dark side of Scorpio is very much occultish. Certain interesting sexual proclivities, let's just say. In other words, getting turned on by things that are very taboo. Okay. Now, I'm not saying Scorpios is nasty. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying Scorpios could be a little on the freaky side, but when I see this kind of situation along with some other stuff, it gives me pause. His 11th house has Pluto and the North Node in Virgo. So he was never truly sure of who he was. Very much a chameleon. Well, in Virgo's immutable earth. So that's going to give you planning, loving. So Virgos tend to be planners. They tend to be, they're usually very down to earth and very grounded.
Yeah.
Not necessarily ones that will fully execute the plan, but they could come up with a whole bunch of different plans and they'll give you a lot of different ideas, right? They're mutable. So they're going to be, malleable. And they're going to, it's fine. It's not a big deal. But when I see Pluto in the 11th house, that's someone that's always trying to reinvent themselves to fit in. 11th house is Aquarian energy. They're trying to find their tribe, and they may try to present themselves differently to different people to fit in because they want to feel wanted, needed, and loved. Don't shoot the messenger. Uranus in Leo in the 10th house. I would be very interested to see his father's chart as well.
His father's still alive, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
He is.
Without seeing the father's chart, I would say that is a very He was really never going to follow rules. That would be a very tumultuous relationship with his father. This is a very intuitive at this point. He really did want commitment. That's that Venus here too. He wanted commitment, wanted possess. That's a very possessive love. Uranus is unconventional. So he had a very odd way, right, of showing how he loved somebody, or an odd idea of what loyalty meant. Very volatile. Being in this 10th house, he was never really going to be able to keep a job very long anyway. That was just never going to be in the cards with this Uranus in the 10th house. Uranus can be very significant in the underworld, so that could also, be infamy rather than famousness. His mother house here, Cancer, the family, is void. I mean, there's series here, but it's just in the edge of Cancer. So, and in the 9th house. So his mother was always going to be about herself. That's the house of personal philosophy, Sagittarian. It was his mother was always going to be about self, never about the child. This energy squaring, he was always at odds with who he was, his ideal of who he should be, other people's ideals of who he should be, and how he was being perceived and presented. It was always this rub. That's the square right here. Venus in Taurus squaring Uranus in Leo, wanting what you can't have, looking for this loyalty and stability, but never being able to achieve it. Kind of always looking for it in the wrong places, and in the wrong ways. Let's see, what else do we see here? That Moon in Aries. Jesus. Just barely in the 7th house. Yes, please.
See how this chart is from like aligned. Do you just about him? Do you feel like sometimes they've just been dealt or out the gate?
You're still breaking up. Do I feel like this the hand that he's been dealt right out the gate? You mean, is that what you're saying? He was born this way?
No. What I'm saying is like you. I'm using history. Do you ever people they've just been dealt and out the gate based off of hand than other people?
I got some of it, but I think some astrologers, some people would tell you that we chose our chart, that we placed our planets in our chart to play out a certain way in our life. I can see why he's the way that he is. I would like to think that he could have chose a different path. And perhaps he could have. But this is the part of me, it's not that I'm reverting back to Christianity, but I am saying that there is very dark, one could say evil energy that just permeates this earth. And perhaps some people choose to incarnate to execute that.
Oh.
Not
What do
saying
you
he did
mean
or he
by
didn't.
that? What do you necessarily mean by that?
Meaning, I think that there are very dark energies that know that they need a human body in order to actually really live out what they want to do.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Just like there's light beings that come here to live out our lives and help humanity.
Yeah.
I
He
think,
did say that he felt like he was going this way.
yeah,
He did say that.
yeah.
So you don't think it has to do with nature or nurture, or actually nature, obviously, but you don't think it has to do with like how he was raised?
Well, now we're really getting into a deep conversation because now the question is, did you also choose your parents?
We choose everything. Trials and tribulations here. Who we messing with.
So if we chose our parents before we came here, for whatever purpose it was we came here, because we are eternal beings. We are spiritual eternal beings having a human experience.
That's
So did we
deep.
choose that? So we chose the parents to have the experience.
But how do we choose our parents, though?
Let me see if I can explain this. If you believe that we're eternal beings, right? If you believe we're multidimensional beings, if you believe that we are not just third dimensional flesh and bone and brain, then I would have to believe then that I knowingly came here. And even in the Bible, it talks about how God knew us before we were put in our mother's womb.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that we were ordained and chosen and da-da-da. The mystic side of, Bible, Judaism, Christianity would further translate that to mean that you and God actually talked about this before you came and chose and took the assignment.
Yes. Now I'm understanding everything that you're saying right now.
Now, what you do with that assignment, I could have chosen a whole different path, right? And a lot of us probably could have. What you do with that assignment, though, is what you do with that assignment. What if his assignment was to be who he was? And he chose to follow that assignment.
Right.
We're going into some deep waters.
We are. We are going into very deep waters.
Well, it seems like he. Sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Breaking up.
Milan, go ahead. What were you going to say, honey?
It seems like he
Mm-hmm.
did have some sort of assignment that he may have realized, but found out a little bit too late. Because at the end, he was talking about, oh, I'm enlightened, all this stuff. He had some sort of following, but it was a devilish following. He had some sort of all these people saying, I love you, I like you, but it was a very dark one. It came from the wrong sort of energy. But then he learned, oh, well, all of a sudden now I'm baptized and I want to change my path. But he already had this following from this dark energy. what if his path was, to sort of be a leader, but he just chose to be a leader for darkness rather than a leader for light, but found out maybe a little too late. But by then, people in the jail wanted to give him that jail justice, and they didn't want to hear it from him.
I mean, that could be. Like I said,
So
I
what's
don't
the
know at what
problem?
point. Yeah, I don't know at what point when we all make those decisions at different points in our lives. But people like that, I have a hard time comprehending, because yes, he did say there was a lot of this was impulses, right? He did say that, and I remember hearing it even later, on these at the time, these um interviews and stuff, right? But he was so disassociated from it that it still felt to me like it was still another entity. I don't want to say it was controlling him, but it was not a human entity that was in the human body, or not one that came to have a decent and good human experience. And
I have
Lady
a
D,
theory.
hold on Lady D, yeah, I know that. I actually had set this live up before they did. So, yeah, I know. But I was still going to do mine. So, 1 second. Sebastian, is this still on this subject here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And then Lola, I'm going to let you circle you back in. Okay, honey?
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
So what I think is, I feel like the time where we choose to choose like our fate and everything in this world, I feel like it has to do during the moments where a child is speechless. I feel like intellectually they are connecting with spirits at that time, and that's where they decide on how they're going to deal with everything in the future. So I feel like that's where like our contracts are signed.
I don't know. I mean,
I agree, Sebastian.
I don't know about that though. Because, well, certainly they say your personality is set by 4.
That's where I think it is done, around those age groups.
But I have seen a lot of people, whether their personality was set then, I've seen where they'd be 6, 7, and 8, and something very traumatic happens and they go one way. Or they could be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something traumatic happens and it gets flipped, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know when one decides. I don't think that a lot of us even become aware. I think now it's earlier, but a lot of us in my generation, we didn't really even become aware of what our true purpose was until we were much older. We didn't even know. We were just going through life making some crappy ass decisions over and over and over again. Because you certainly weren't the whole spirituality thing. It certainly wasn't, it was you go to church and you either just a sinner or you a saint saved by grace. You know what I'm saying? And you had no power in and of yourself to do anything. It was only that God gave you the strength to move and to breathe and to live. And if he saw fit, then you would see another day. And if you did something wrong, the devil made you do it. So we didn't take no accountability, no responsibility for nothing. I'm just going to keep it a buck. I don't know when that decision is made. And I don't know And can you then change? Can you, even if you make some sort of decision or whatever at that point, is there a point that you can change your mind? I would like to think perhaps. I don't know, Sebastian. That's deep. By 4, I know, even with my grandbabies, by about 5-ish, they start losing, unless I keep it up. Like I didn't keep up with Ray and her gifts and her sight as closely as I probably should have. I will with Aria. So that because now Rayleigh is like, she's 8, so she doesn't believe as much. Oh, is magic really real? And Aria at 4, yes. Grandma, how do you know those things? Aria, she just knows, so she's 4 though. So still the whole mystical, she talks to her spirit guides and stuff like that. And she'll manifest things, just like Rayleigh used to do. But I didn't nurture it enough between, after about 6. But we're trying to get back. So I don't know when that really happens. So Lola, where you at, sis? What Sebastian, I hope that did that. I don't know what to do with that, Sebastian. I don't know what to do with that.
It's deep. It's very deep.
Can you hear me
go
okay
ahead,
now?
dear.
I just
Yeah,
wanna make
much
sure.
better.
Oh my God. I was like, what the hell's going on? I just got to go back to Apple. Anyway, I wanted to say was from what I've understood and gotten is that we pick everything. I understand there's a book, I don't know where, somewhere before, pick everything before we come down here in utero and everything like that. We set up everything, who we're going to be around, what we're set to learn, and what the assignment is all before down here, from what I've understood. Is just playing for, like, you're saying that possibly mission in a sense to be kind of right. Then if because there's other people like him, can you be punished given to complete, if you get what I'm saying?
So you were going in and out a little bit, but if I'm understanding you correctly, if this was the assignment and you carried out this heinous assignment, can you still be punished? Is that the question?
Yes, ma'am. Like,
Okay.
is there a relate, because it's like you kind of were given this higher above, if that makes sense, or whatever.
Yeah, I get
above,
it. I get it. So this is kind of this age-old thing that religion will wrestle with. Because if we believe God created everything, then God created the devil. In fact, we know God created the devil, right? Because according to the Bible, it was Lucifer, which was his right hand, right? The angel of light right next to him. If you really read it, you'd think that he was higher than than the Christ, than the Son. But we're not going to go there tonight. We'll go there another night. Now, Lucifer reportedly, we're going to leave that be. Lucifer reportedly wanted to be God and then came down to earth, right? Or was kicked out, as the story goes. And then became the devil. So that would then say to me that, right, God created both. And yet in the Bible, it does talk about the devil being punished. Then my question then starts to become, does hell really exist? Or is that just a construct made by religion?
That's what
Does heaven really exist? Or is that a construct just made by religion? What is punishment if it exists? Right? What is reward if that exists? Is your reward then to live in a higher dimensional world where you don't have to deal with this bull? Is that your reward that you that if you as you ascend, as you awaken, as you become an enlightened being and take part in your true divinity, is then your reward that you might not have to come back and do this all over again and be on this earth? Is your penalty that you have to come back and do it all over again? And maybe this time you might come back as a black gay man and get unalived by somebody. Maybe, is that it? Is that the
You just
karma
went
you pay
so
later
deep.
on?
Dr. Lisa, you just went so deep. So what you're saying is, could some of his V's, could some of them be facing their
Yup.
eternities
Not
due to their past actions?
And then what is his? Now,
that makes it a never-ending
I
cycle.
want it actually, well, it does have an end. It does have an end, but, well, theoretically. But, and I'm not saying those people deserved what happened to them. I want anybody taking that out of context. I'm definitely not saying that.
Exactly.
Just like I did not deserve to be SA'd years and years ago. That was a choice that other person made to do that to me. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it. Right? And I certainly didn't do anything to deserve it. That happening, though, to me and surviving it, now, though, allows it turning it around and making it part of my power, now has allowed me to have a different level of understanding and empathy for those that has happened to and other types of abuses. So this is a very deep philosophical question of, did he make these choices as part of a life he chose to live? And then what is the result of that? Well, first of all, he died a horrific death, still alone. He may have thought he found salvation, but this might sound very uninspirational, but I got a hard time with you just get to say a prayer and then you're absolved.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that
I got a real hard time with that.
I asked, when I was a child, I asked my priest about that, and he explained it. It don't work like that. He was like, it don't work like that. It does not work like that. It does not work like that.
Yeah, you did all that and we getting into the same heaven? Really?
He said
my
it
point.
does. I asked my priest about that, and he was like,
Like you did all of that
that
and you
do
just get
not get a-
baptized and we getting into the same heaven? I want to file a
He was
complaint.
like, he was like,
not a
no, you don't get.
complaint. Not
Yeah,
a
to
complaint.
HR.
My
You do
priest
not get to do
explained it
that.
deeply to
So
me. He
I
was
was
like,
hoping
no.
What your priest say?
He
Well, I
said,
want to hear what the
My-
priest said.
okay, he said you
Oh
don't
my
get
bad.
absolved.
He said that if you're
Wait,
truly
Lola,
sorry, if you-
wait 1 second, honey. Let Sebastian finish. You telling us what his priest say. Hold on, I'm gonna get back to you what your pastor said. Go ahead, Sebastian. What your priest say?
He said you don't get absolved of your sins just like that. The only sins that you could truly get absolved from is the ones that you committed without knowing that you were doing something wrong. But if you completely knew that you did something wrong and you have not made up for it during your time on earth, one prayer ain't gonna save you.
Well, he better tell them the Christians that, because they ain't what they believe. That sure ain't what they believe. Mm. Lola, what your pastor say? This is gonna be interesting. What your pastor say?
when you try to stop yourself from saying some other stuff, you crazy. My priest said that I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school my whole life. Just
Okay.
prefacing. I was told that if you are truly sorry at your deathbed, you will be forgiven. Those who have done things that are like sorry at your deathbed, you do go to believe in purgatory. That's the middle stop. That's the break stop.
So you go to the holding tank. You
The
go to the
limbo.
holding tank, and that's where, if I remember correctly, my Catholic friends told me that basically your family then can pay your way out of there
No,
Yeah,
and
that's
give
not what I
you
was
the
taught.
pray for you to be
pray and pay, child. Now I done heard that some people that gave a whole lot of money to the church so that the priest would do a whole lot of praying and carrying on so to get their people out of purgatory. That ain't true.
That's not what I
I
was taught.
need that
Well,
for me.
money.
I'm glad I know that now. So I'm gonna let
I never
them
heard pay.
pass away
I'm asking.
so they can pray
I'm
me out of here.
asking. I don't know.
I know another thing though. Spiritually, I do believe that once a soul is in purgatory, I do believe that's the moment where you're sent back to redo your whole life again. And once you F up again, you go straight to the gates.
Mm.
That's what I believe.
Mm.
Well, Levon, what you believe before I chime in on this hill?
Well, I do have a question.
Yes.
So we were talking about him, Dahmer, being possessed and him having these impulses and possibly not having control over his actions, and then him being sorry in the end. Well, he also said that, I guess, not picking up for him or anything, but to defend himself, he said before he was unalived, he said, "Well, I put these men unconscious. I did that for them, as if that was supposed to be like his saving grace." He was saying, "Well, I put them unconscious, so they didn't feel it, like as if that was him, I guess, fighting against his dark, as if he was doing something for them, as if that was like him being nice." What do you think about that? Like, was that him, I guess, fighting against his dark spirit? Was that him, I guess, maybe not using a chainsaw? Was him giving his gift to the people? He could have done it without using the drugs and have it been completely horrible.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel about that? Was that him being nice or going
So
against the dark spirit?
for me, that's what says to me that I don't believe that everything was based on race, because if you were a true racist person, why would you care whether or not these men felt anything?
Good
right?
point.
So that's why I believe it was crimes of convenience. And then he just kept getting away with it because nobody was going to ever say anything. He just finally found a killing ground. He'd been getting away with it, but he found a killing ground. He could continue to get away with it. Now, as far as him saying, well, I did drug them and get them unconscious so they wouldn't feel anything, that was his way to, assuage his conscience. You know what I'm saying? That was his way. Well, I could have been like John Wayne Gacy, or I could have been like this guy, or I could have been like that guy. They didn't give their people anything. At least I was humane enough. I mean, on the scale of, serial killers, I'm, at least I'm over here because I did it humanely.
Oh.
That's what that says, isn't it?
At least I did it humanely.
For me, it sounded like he was making up excuses till the end. Like he wasn't, like he was kind of defending what he did. Like, oh, I know, I'm not that bad. It's like, well, if you're really sorry, wouldn't you feel bad about all of it and be sorry for all?
Like a
Absolutely.
Like I was nice to my slaves type of comment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Shiny said that he probably drugged them too, so they couldn't fight back. I'm sure that was part of it too.
Yup.
They couldn't run off, right? Because the first, if the way they told the story was true, the first one was an accident, and he just didn't want the hitchhiker to leave. And now, if you had been at your place, your residence for 3 months all by yourself, and your mama left you, You had no way to know where your daddy was. And you were already going through some level of psychotic break and nobody even knew it. Yeah. I'm not giving any excuses. I'm just saying if we're gonna get into the
Right.
psychotic mind, it's how we got to get into it. So I think that, him making that statement or making the statements, he said it more than once. That was his way of, easing his conscience.
Dr. Lisa, you mentioned something earlier about the medications that his mother could have been taking while she was pregnant with him, and how it probably caused certain defects
Mm-hmm.
in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% do believe that. This is another main reason why I tell people who I know is pregnant that you probably need to make sure that you get your medications checked, and if you should be taking them while you're pregnant. Because I know people who had pregnancies and have had high blood pressure, have had diabetes, have had anemia, and I tell them that they need to be very careful with these medications that they're taking, because you don't know what effect it could have on your child.
Absolutely.
The Night Stalker, the Night Ramirez guy from the 80s, the Night Stalker. His mother was working in a chemical, and she had inhaled a lot of fumes. So they were attributing to maybe him. Even she says that because her other children not working there, and they were fine for the most part. He had learning disabilities and other issues as well, correlated together. And he was met drug addictions and stuff.
So that all plays a role, right? That to me, I mean, it just stands to reason. There's a reason why women can't take Valium now. She was on Valium, she was on barbiturates, she was on some other type of psychotropic drugs to kind of bring her down.
What did she have? Was her
I don't know
dopamine
that
very
it was ever. I've heard everything from schizophrenia to bipolar to oppositional defiance. What is it? Oppositional defiance.
But you know what? At least she was smart enough to know that playing around with those dead animals was wrong. You know, like she
that was true.
At least she had the sense enough to know to tell them that was weird and it was wrong, and she said it several times. Like she was like, I may believe in aliens, but that mess right there is wrong.
Listen, she could go run after ET all day, but
she said aliens is real, but that is weird. Like, she said,
She said she got more sense than.
I'll take the aliens over that.
Listen, I mean, I'm with her on that one.
Right.
I'm with her on that. So we got to draw the line somewhere. At least I'm just going off in the field trying to get taken up by the little green man. You in here picking up roadkill off the side of the road, man. That's nasty. And why would you even do that?
Right.
Disgusting.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Can somebody please explain to me why? I
have a quick question, and I have a very quick question, and I'm gonna have to go.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
opposite sounds sexist. It sounds like 1950s for my cute crying and yelling, and we need to medicate her ass. That's because I never.
Oh, well, probably because they were doing that. I mean, they're still in the 80s and the 90s. We were still doing that, definitely. But if it's true that his father, because some of this is true, some of it's not, right? If it's true that his father wanted her off the drugs because he knew something was going to happen, at least he had the God-given sense to know that this is not a good idea.
Also, I just did some quick research, and it says that the mother suffered from postpartum psychosis, which
most likely happens in people who have a family history of bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and other psychological disorders.
First of all, you can't have postpartum while you already pregnant.
No, obviously not. But I do think she probably had schizophrenia or a
That's what I
bipolar
think
disorder
happened.
while she was pregnant. And after her second child, that's when she developed the postpartum disorder. Because that's what they're saying. It's after her second child.
Right. So after the second baby, cool. But she probably just had undiagnosed whatever. And they would throw the kitchen sink at you.
Yeah.
They would give you all kinds of stuff to calm you down. Oh, my husband's driving me crazy. Oh, this, oh, that. Life's so hard. And they throw everything at you.
Yes. And also, mind you, this is what, in the 90s, the 70s?
Well, this would have been late 50s. He was born in 1960, wasn't he? 60 something.
1960, exactly 1960.
Yeah. So this is the late 50s. Might as well say. So yeah, they were giving her everything. They didn't give a damn.
Mental health wasn't really that researched during that time.
Yeah, according to the series, she only found out that she had that years after when they discovered it.
Right. They told her, oh, well, you sound like you suffer from postpartum depression. Okay, but ma'am, you not getting the whole story. She was already having problems before prepartum. So y'all just, they heard part of the story, said, oh, it's postpartum. Okay. That's a thing. I'm not saying it's not a thing, but that ain't what that woman problem was. Because she was already taking all this stuff while she's pregnant with him before she got pregnant and during.
This is why it's important. It's important to make sure once you get pregnant, you're on the proper medications.
I agree, absolutely.
I do think 100% that she probably did suffer from schizo. I think she probably did. Or she probably did suffer from bipolar disorder. I think it's one of those two. And I think Jeffrey has narcissism, dark thoughts that caused him to lead to this place. Like, it's crazy.
I wondered about the narcissism. And certainly being a psychopath or a sociopath is a derivative thereof, or the ultimate, right? But it's kind of interesting because I'm not even certain that I would say he would be kind of a classic narcissist. I know that sounds so weird.
I do think he also had a personality disorder.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, sorry.
And I don't know if it's psychopath or sociopath. I don't know which way. I don't know, which one you even go with. I don't even know. Because the crazy thing is, he would lie, but then when arrested, he immediately told all the truth. Like, he even pled no contest to the child violation. He never went to trial. He pled no contest. It was almost as if there was something in the back, like within him, that spark of humanity that was there remaining, was like, help me. I want to go to jail. I don't want to do this anymore. So I'm going to plead no contest because I did it. He didn't not take responsibility for like when faced, not like the typical, like a narcissist would be like to the very bitter end. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You know, and not take any accountability if they finally were faced with having to say that they did it. It'd be everybody else's fault. So that's why I vacillate with the narcissism, because it's like not typical. But
Well,
it's this. Go ahead.
With him, I believe that he craved a lot of attention. You know, we saw it with his classmates, we saw it with his parents, we saw it with his partners. He didn't want anyone to leave. He didn't want anyone to go anywhere. It was sort of the attention always needed to be on him. So when he finally got caught, that's when the attention was on him. When he finally started telling his story, everyone wanted to hear it. What did you do? What was going on? And then he started to get these letters, even the letters from people who he wasn't interested in. Women were interested in him. He said, you know, he was getting sexual pictures from women, and he didn't even want him. He was selling them off, but he was still enjoying the attention. He was getting, you know, he was loving it.
Yeah. Because he was finally seen.
Exactly.
And people actually wanted
him. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
This is another situation. He probably learned these drugs very well, the chemical makeup of these drugs very well when he was a chemist researcher.
Oh yeah. That I don't think he would have got kicked out of the military. You know what's funny is I don't know if we'll ever truly know. But back then, it's more likely he would have got kicked out of the military for being gay than for drugging people. So if he'd been drugging women in the military, he never would have got kicked out. But because he was drugging men and they figured out he was gay, that's why he got that. Because back then you could not, there was no being gay in the military. There was no don't ask, don't tell. None of that. They found out you was gay, you was getting kicked out.
I'm shocked he wasn't arrested for drugging someone in the military.
The military doesn't really take care of their own. They don't give a shit.
No, they just really you know, dishonorably discharge you, and then that's it.
They honorably discharged him. And I'll tell you why, because you could sweep it under the rug then. If they had brought him up for charges, it would have been a thing. Even if it's a military tribunal, it still would have been a thing. They could not have afforded to have that kind of information out there. They couldn't be seen like that. It's a series of agencies and situations that just want to protect themselves. Adrian makes an interesting point. It seems like she had some sort of negative spirit over her and it came back in her child in abundance. That could be. I ain't looked into her.
You should look into her.
They put him they put him out of his misery by catching him and ultimately being taken out in prison. Absolutely. Why do I say that she potentially was bipolar? It just, by the drugs they said that they put her on at that time would have been used to do a lot of different things, but to treat different things, but bipolar would have been one of them. And the crazy swings that it seems like she would have, these mood swings, the crazy manicness.
Yeah.
I got to go chase after the UFOs. And then the deep depression. That's, I mean, from what we're seeing, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just saying. But yeah,
Netflix
he
should
was
take the
suffering
show
his
off?
pain.
Do you think
I'm
Netflix
sorry.
should take this series off of?
I personally don't. I personally don't think they should take it off.
But they rack up a lot of money from it already. Do you think they should remove it?
They rack up a lot of money from a lot of things.
But this was the first. This racked up a whole much more than all the other originals.
Well, the only way they would rack up money, extra money, is if a whole bunch more people all of a sudden subscribed. It's not like you pay for any of these. You pay your subscription and then that's that.
I think some people actually did subscribe to Netflix just to watch the series.
It's a possibility. So they had a good month. And I guess this is the thing. I don't begrudge them for making money. They're a business. They're in business. They got to stay in business. I didn't find this offensive. Is it difficult to watch? Yeah. But I didn't find, then again, I didn't watch any of those other, I don't know. I didn't watch any of these documentaries. So if you're asking me, do I think they should take it off? No, I don't. I was actually dismayed, and I'll be interested to find out, Levon, particularly how you feel about this.
I think it got a lot of awareness out, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like I was saying, these things happen, and I think it's important to raise awareness. Unfortunately, we did hear that a lot of the families did say that they didn't like that it came out, that it brought up a lot of feelings. But there are some stories that do need to be told. We did say that there were some school pow-pows that were made into movies, but these things do come out as cautionary tales. They do make us sometimes look over our shoulders and say, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. I think that because of this movie, I bet you, the next time somebody sees a little boy running down the steps and it doesn't look too right, they're going to call the police.
Come on now.
After seeing this, you know what I mean? They're going to be like, wait a minute, that don't look right. Maybe I should call the police. The next time somebody has a weird smell coming through their apartment and it's over 2 or 3 weeks, they're going to be like, wait a minute, maybe I should call the landlord or something. They're going to think twice. And that's because they saw this series. So
and if the landlord don't move, they're going to keep on doing what they need. Like, because these people did call and they called the police. My thing is, if I see somebody like this, I'm probably taking them myself to the hospital. I'm going to bypass the police. I'm taking them straight to the hospital myself. Now y'all can sort it over here.
Exactly.
Because I don't trust them to do what they're supposed to do.
And now, never will I ever again. If I ever see a situation like that, I'm taking them straight to the hospital myself too. You know what I mean? Like, you can't trust them. Nowadays, it's like, okay, you see what happens. You can call. Now sometimes you got to follow up yourself because this stuff does happen. So I think it is a cautionary tale. So no, I would leave it on Netflix.
Now I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I want to ask you. There was a huge uproar because when it was first put out, it did have the LGBTQ tag on there. Mm-hmm. And there was a whole kerfuffle on Twitter that people were like, this is not how we want to be represented. Take that tag off. This is not an LGBTQ story. And I thought, why y'all want to take the tag off? This is a fact. This is a fact. This isn't anything that's, made up or possibility. This is a fact. Not only was he, I don't know if he ever admitted to being gay, but not only does it appear he was gay, but a lot of the vast majority, if not, of his victims were. Why are we not telling the story in the way that it happened? How do you feel about it having that tag on there?
Well, as you saw in the movie, it definitely was not just a gay thing. It became a whole black rights thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it was a civil rights matter because he did choose to pray in black neighborhoods. And that arose a whole new set of issues of why in black neighborhoods are the police not paying attention to crimes that happen. Why are they ignoring women who call several times and the police are not coming? Why they're not listening to Black women who are making complaints saying, hey, that there might be a serial person
Mm-hmm.
right, living next door, and you're not doing anything about it? Why is this being ignored?
Can
Mm-hmm.
I respond to that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. First of all, Ron, I want to ask, like, what do you mean by, why are they not, like, when, like now or like back
Well,
then?
back then,
Oh, okay.
I'm saying it had to become a huge issue. It had to be, that's why it became an issue.
Okay. Back then, obviously, the police was not how it is now, even though it's still kind of whack. They really did not care about Black neighborhoods. And was this during the time of I don't know if I can say that word. The SEG word.
The what?
SEG.
No. This is
Okay.
what after that.
So
I mean,
like
it was done in a different way. Put it that way. You
yeah.
can say segregation. I don't care. That's fine.
Okay. This was like fresh out of segregation then.
Well,
So,
I
like,
mean, not that close. I mean, it's the 80s.
wasn't it in the late 70s? I thought it was in the late
Well,
70s.
he started when he was living in Ohio.
Yeah.
He was born in 1960. So yeah, 70s it would have been the time of segregation. However, he was committing crimes then
Absolutely.
in the Caucasian areas. He didn't start with men of color until actually he came back to Milwaukee and was living with his grandmother, because then he would go to the gay clubs.
I do think it should have been under the LGBTQ tab.
And under the civil rights tab. I mean, it took.
No, I don't think it should be under the civil rights tab.
Why?
Well, okay, go on.
I don't think it should be under the civil rights tab, but I do think it should be under the LGBTQ.
Okay, but why? I'm just asking why.
I think that it would have been more problematic if it was under the civil rights tab, because the civil rights, we fought for voting rights, the rights to eat and be educated in the same parts as our white counterparts. Like, why should we involve that in the said movement?
Well, because it took the whole Reverend Jesse Jackson to come down and make a whole stink to get those police, to hold them accountable. He involved himself, to make a change. That's why.
And they still really weren't even held accountable.
Exactly.
And he came to Milwaukee. I mean, he made a stink. Did he make some headway? A little bit. But like I said at the beginning of this whole thing, seeing that put me back in that time period.
Because you were there.
Well, I'm saying put me back in that time period to how it was. So was this the time of quote unquote segregation, like overt segregation? No. But this was still the time when racism, I mean, not that it's ever really died, but during that time period, there was a rampant uptick in racially motivated crimes on college campuses, Milwaukee itself, and in other areas of the country where there was horrific police brutality all the time. I mean, we lived with it differently because we knew that if you went a little bit too far or whatever this cop might deem to be too far, you literally might not come home. So, people talk about us having to talk with our kids now. No, there was a real talk. It wasn't, I'm not saying things are great now, but y'all don't understand. Like we didn't have these damn cell phones. We didn't have Facebook Live. We didn't have Twitter Live. We didn't have all this stuff for somebody to have a phone on them and broadcast what's happening so that it could be documented. No. So this is somewhat, I wouldn't necessarily mind it being in that category too, because we literally were still fighting for rights. They still didn't. I mean, I forgot how bad it was. I really did forget how bad it was because it's 30 years ago. Until I saw this, I was like, shit, this was horrible.
Mhm.
I forgot what this was like. So in a way, it still was a civil rights battle.
Yeah, and I thought Jesse Jackson
Not
was
in the traditional Dr. King, Malcolm X, but it still kind of was.
Okay, now I understand why it should be on the civil rights tab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jesse Jackson was just trying to make the point that black neighborhoods are not safe for a
Yes.
reason.
Agreed.
And that's the whole point, is what he was trying to say. He's saying these black neighborhoods are not safe. And even in the show, he was, I guess his assistant was saying, hey, this is not our issue. This is a gay issue. We should stay out of it.
Because it's a
And
church.
yeah, he was saying we should stay out of it. And Jesse Jackson was like, no, this is also a black issue because these black neighborhoods are not safe. And the reason why this white man is getting away with it is because it's in a black neighborhood. So we're missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is he's getting away with it. It's because it's a black neighborhood.
But
So
the gag was what nobody knew is he was already getting away with it. So that's the gag. So did he get away with it more because it's a black neighborhood? Probably, yes.
Yeah.
You know, but the gag was he was already getting away with it. The killings of the Atlanta child killings, I feel like it was about 92 to 90, it was somewhere in this time, early 90s. Somewhere in that time frame. That was a sucky ass time. Y'all don't understand. Don't want the public to say it was a gay. That's Adrian, you're exactly right. They don't want the public to say that it was a gay thing. However, this is what I say to that. There are plenty of heterosexual, cisgendered serial killers that have had plenty of damn docuseries made about them. It is what it is. And I would rather that my gay young men, older men, I would rather that my trans sisters, right, and brothers know the potential of what could happen, like Levon was saying.
Absolutely.
I would rather that they knew. Because I don't put it off on anybody. Just like when the whole Ari Spears and Tiffany Haddish thing came out, I said, you know what? It's awful funny that we are so quick to want to say that it's gay men that are doing these things. When last I checked, 90 some odd more than that percentage are heterosexual men.
Exactly.
Yep.
So y'all I'm saying, you gotta stop that. Let's stop that. We gotta stop putting that over there because that's not right. So
The gaslight.
and that gets us then to not look at what's right underneath our noses because we're so busy looking for the boogeyman or so busy putting up the straw man and saying, oh, this is the bad person, when you don't want to be honest about what's going on inside your own household. That boyfriend you brought home and keep bringing home and then that moved in, or that uncle that seems to always want to hang around. And heaven forbid it's the biological father.
Ooh.
But we don't want to talk about that because then all of a sudden the child asks for it somehow. And a lot of, again, I vividly remember these conversations when all this happened. Well, if they weren't living that lifestyle, then maybe it was between these things and then HIV and AIDS. That was all God's punishment on the community. It's disgusting. If it was child, tell the story. Because if it was little white girls, baby, baby,
Bobby Petito. Ooh,
would not have that would not have happened. Not to this extent. Those people that do that, they have to like keep crisscrossing the country on the interstates. You can't do it in a concentrated area and get away with that. Think about it. Them little kids be missing from a whole bunch of different areas, different states, or different cities within the states, within that particular state. They're not all in the same concentrated area. And everybody, don't y'all gonna get me in trouble tonight. Y'all really gonna get me in trouble tonight. Cause you don't see it all over. You don't see it all over YouTube when one of us is missing.
Exactly.
That's in our 20s or in our teens or in our 30s. It ain't all over YouTube.
Rumble.
It ain't all over Rumble. It's nowhere. We go missing so much. We're not talked about. So if for no other reason, this sheds a light on how vulnerable we as a people are, I'll take it.
Mhm.
I'll take it. Because it's awful funny how, I don't know if they still do this now to this day, because I don't watch them no more. But how many movies, documentaries, docuseries, whatever have been written and made about the Holocaust?
There's probably like 4 or 5. Like there's multiple, but like there's only like 4 or 5 that are big.
Child, baby.
That
You
are
a baby.
big. There's multiple, but like
You a
there's only 4 or
baby.
5 that are big.
You are a baby. Let me tell you something. We heard about the Holocaust all the time. I know more about the Holocaust than I do. Well, now that's different. But growing up, I knew more about the Holocaust than I knew about slavery. I knew more about the Holocaust than I knew about the indigenous Native Americans and their plight. You made sure to never, they made sure you were never going to forget that. Not never. But when it's us, all of a sudden, well, we don't need to know about all that.
You know, part of watching this series. So, sorry, didn't cut you off.
Go ahead, babe.
Part of watching the series that really like affected me was the whole story, like everybody else, with the little Laotian boy. Not only did Dahmer get that family once, but he got them twice. He got the older brother, and then he got the little brother. And it was that scene where the it was 2 scenes where the father was trying to explain himself that he was immigrant, and the judge was like, I can't understand him, just get out of here. And the father was explaining to him, listen, we got here and this guy, took my son. And the judge was just like, what? I can't understand him. Whatever, Jeffrey, you're young. I don't want to ruin your life. And the father was explaining to him, like, listen, no, like he took my son. And the judge didn't want to hear anything about it and just said, get out of here, Jeffrey. You got your whole life ahead of you to go keep doing what you're doing. And then later in the series, the family stood up and said, you knew that he was out there. We told you. And you still let him go out and hit up the same family again. Not only did you get the brother, but you came back and got the little brother even worse. And you knew because we told you. The same family twice. And the father sat there and tried to communicate that to the judge, told him right there that I can't imagine, like, that family had so much pain. You know what I mean? Like,
I
it was
can't
just,
either. I can't either. And then, he had the older son come up there to try to translate. And when he was really giving his heartfelt emotion, the judge did not care
right.
at all, because our lives don't matter. Definitely not immigrant. And that's why I brought up the fact that there was a lot of folks from Laos, from Laos, from Thailand, Vietnam. There was just a huge influx into the Milwaukee area at that time period.
What was
And
the main reason? Was it to escape communism or something?
oh yeah,
Because that's during the time of like
that have been
the
during the killing fields in
Vietnamese.
Cambodia and things like that.
Yeah.
Hmm. So that's, we had this huge influx of immigrants, and yeah, I'm from here, but I ain't gonna say that, it can be a very racist state. I'll just put it can be a back then for sure. The Midwest, people think the Midwest can be one of the nicest area as far as like that it's not. Like, everybody thinks about the South as racist, and I'm not gonna say the South ain't racist, but I would put you like this: at least when I'm down south, I know if you don't like me, because you gonna let me know that you're not feeling me. So then I don't need to try to feel you. Like, cool, we know where we at. Up here, they'll smile in your face and stab you dead in your back and keep smiling while they're doing it.
That's very white liberal of them. Ooh.
Oh, well, there went the rest of my white subscribers. Thank you. That mean, no one would care about people of color, right? He did. It was easy prey. It was very easy prey, to be honest with you, because and he knew, what I say. I knew what, where you stay.
I think she's talking to me.
Yeah, because I forget there's a delay because I'm looking on restreaming this, so it's a double delay. I know where I stand when I go down south. I don't have there's no qualms, no problems. I know you don't like me. Cool. We don't have to, okay. But up here, baby, the Northeast is the same. They'll smile in your face and stab you in the back. Yeah.
Yup. Mm-hmm.
Some of the places I felt the most accepted actually has been out west. Interestingly enough. Out west. Southwest, kind of especially. But then I'm down there with folks that look just like me, same bad made bodies. And I'm like, oh, well, I could tell I'm definitely an indigenous North American because that's me right there, like all over. Yeah, it is terrible. So the Midwest is not that cool. So he knew they didn't care about people of color, and they definitely didn't care about. They want nothing to do with gay people.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all. And I still question how comfortable we really are with it in this country. Some people think slavery never happened in the North. I don't know how they are highly, badly, horribly misinformed.
Yes, Dr. Lisa, this is so true.
Please don't tell me they do. Please don't tell me that.
The other day, this man was telling me how a white man was telling me how you're so lucky you're in New York. Your people were never. And I'm like, I'm not even African American, but okay, I'm black, but I'm not African American. Your people were never enslaved in these parts, and I'm just like, oh Lord.
Wow.
You are so
But that's how that's the way they educated people. We can't lie. That's the way they educated history of race in schools. They always taught it was just a Southern thing. We were all
I don't know.
taught.
Maybe it was my people that taught me that, because I don't remember learning that stupidity in school.
We were always taught it was a Southern thing.
What?
Jim Crow, segregation. This is what
Was it only in the South?
Yes, they market that segregation is only in the South. That's how I was taught.
It's time for me to get off these goddamn internet.
This was when I was in high
school. That's not that long ago. You're not that old.
Yeah, I'm not that old.
Oh Lord.
You ain't that old, child. That's not that long ago.
No. Literally 3-4 years ago.
I can't.
The way they market this is the problem I have. The way they market race, I'm just like, okay.
I can't. I can't even believe it.
That's sad.
Simply uneducated. Just smile away. I can't even smile away. I can't do that. That's just wrong. That's just you're trying to propagate. You're putting out propaganda at that point. You're putting out propaganda for whatever purpose, to make your people and your political party look good.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
When it was your political party that enslaved us in the first place. It was your political party that created the KKK as your military arm.
Whoop.
to enforce and to bully and to terrorize free men who were becoming members of their local and state governments.
Hiram rebels.
En masse, because the voting bloc was now in our favor. And so that's when the lynching and things started, because one of the first state legislators to be killed was the last name Lynch. Killed by the KKK, which was an arm of the Democrat Party. You could go look it up in congressional history, congressional records. I want to say 1873. I could be wrong. It's right in that journal vicinity. Go look it up. The KKK themselves admittedly said, this is who created us.
You know what I didn't know about the KKK until recently? I didn't know that their movement was like, it wasn't just anti-Black. Like their movement was just like, it was
anti anybody that wasn't Anglo-Saxon.
Yes.
Everybody.
So, like they would even go for like white Catholics. They would even go for anyone. If you were not WASP, if you were not white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, they will come for you.
They hated JFK because he was the Catholic president.
The first one.
Hated him.
Just imagine being that mad. Just like, oh Jesus, you hate everybody? Come on.
Because they said he would answer to the Pope. Because the ultimate authority, right, in Catholic Church is the Pope.
But the issue is the Catholic Church and politics have always been chaotic. Like, I remember during segregation, they've excommunicated members who have been proud sponsors of segregation, and they've had the KKK have burned crosses in front of those churches, stole statues, stole a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I'm just saying that was the rationale, because oh God, I don't know if it might be in the Constitution where it says that the president, anybody in federal government basically cannot have any affiliations or be beholden to a foreign entity. So when you that's why the whole like false whole Russia hoax thing that was going down. That's why that they were making that such a big deal, because they were trying to say that 45 was in bed with the Russians and that the Russians then were pulling strings. That's why it was such a big deal. So that's why it's a big deal to suppress certain information about people's children, because it clearly shows that at least that child was in bed with and doing business with foreign entities. That's a problem, because that could either be blackmail or it could be, whatever, some other sort of strong arm. So your federal government, especially your president, especially your vice president, should not be in any way, shape, form, or fashion in bed with, beholden to, whatever, a foreign government or entity. So the what they were trying to say is because JFK was Catholic, that he then ultimately, his ultimate leader, if you will, authority was the Pope.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And he died in a horrible way. The way he died, that itself was just...
It's crazy. The police were originally an offspring of the KK. That's absolutely right. Shiny.
That's
True
correct.
story. Truth. No lies detected.
That's sad.
Adrian says, please understand there are places in Queens you'll still find Confederate flags fly. Shut up. Are you for real?
Queens, New York?
That's what she's saying, baby.
You used to see them in Long Island all the time. In New
Lower
York.
Manhattan has a slave graveyard. I did not know that. Well, we done gone all the way around the Mulberry Bush, child. We done talked about.
No,
as
it
far as-
relates. It relates very well.
It does, but I'm just like, we always get somewhere else that we ain't supposed to be.
We went from Jesse Jackson to this.
That's how we got there. Civil rights. It's all linked together, people. If you're watching the replay, and if you done hung on here this long, y'all doing something. All right, y'all. Well, it's been 3 hours. I
gotta
really
go.
do. I need to get me some sleep because I'm fighting off. I don't know what this is. The weather has kept changing here. It's cold and it's warm. Like today was all the way up to 70. And then it's just changing. So I got that little tickle in the back of my throat. So I'm going to go get me some elderberry, child.
Nice.
And some soursop tea.
I love
nothing.
soursop. Soursop itself, I love it, but it's so hard to grow.
Is it? I haven't
because
tried.
it's not to probably grow in like heat, like Southwest, maybe.
So I need a hot greenhouse.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I'll work on that.
it's good. I
Soursop is
love
really
soursop.
good.
The fruit itself is good.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Somebody is like losing their shit. I'm sorry. You ever follow people on social media of some sort, and then one day you see them post something and you're just like, you've gone off the deep end. What's wrong with you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Dr. Lisa, it can't grow in cold weather. It can't survive.
He's stuck on the soursop. I'm talking about people going off the deep end on YouTube. And he's stuck on the soursop and
I
can't
love
grow in
He
cold
said he
weather.
loves it. He said
I
he
love
loves it.
soursop. You see, I love soursop even more than I love myself. That's how good that is.
Ooh.
Well, get yourself a little hot greenhouse, terrarium, something. I don't know what to tell you, baby. Find you some way to grow you some soursop.
It's a tree.
Oh, I thought it was a herb.
No, it's a tree. You gotta grow the whole tree, and it has a fruit. The fruit is good.
Nobody got space for a tree.
Oh,
If I lived in Arizona,
oh God. Well,
Well, my
Chocolate
parents
Earth
live in
Foundation, that's I think where she's found the first plot of land is out there in Arizona.
oh,
So
that's good.
we'll
I actually have been looking to go into. I've actually been looking at something like the Chocolate Earth Foundation recently.
good. We're ratcheting. We're kicking it up a notch. She and I gonna get together tomorrow. We're gonna be kicking it up another notch because we got to get her on out there to Arizona and get her on that land. So we're gonna be kicking it up. So anywho's Dahmer. Okay, I gotta go, y'all, because I don't want to be laid out this weekend, child. I really would rather not get ill.
What next video are you gonna do?
Oh, child.
You did the Dahmer series, and what else?
I did do I did, like I ever asked me to do the Dahmer situations. Well, y'all, the full moon is coming up. We really should be discussing that. I should do some little lighter and pull some cards or something for y'all. This is a
Dr.
good full
Lisa,
moon.
Did you hear there's gonna be a solar eclipse in 2024?
We're overdue. There's solar eclipses actually multiple times in the year. You mean one that North America will see?
Yes, one that North America
Yeah.
will see, and not all parts of North America will see this one.
Yeah. Well, there's multiple eclipses all throughout the year, honey. It's just we tend to not see them as often. This is a lunar eclipse, I thought. No, well, it's a blood moon, so that means that the moon's coming in front of the sun. So technically a solar eclipse.
You mean lunar eclipse?
No, the moon would be blocked out if it was a lunar eclipse.
Oh.
Hang on, let's find out. Is the full moon in October 2022 an eclipse? And it'll tell me which way. I thought this was an eclipse moon. Maybe it's not. Yeah. Full moon in Aries and solar eclipse. All right. Because the moon's going to appear red. It's a blood moon
Nice.
or a hunter's moon.
When, this year?
Oh, here we go. Full moon in Aries. The solar eclipse is going to happen in Scorpio when the new moon occurs in Scorpio. New moon occurs when the moving sun and moon are in the exact same position as zodiac. Solar eclipses occur when new moons are within 18.5 degrees of the lunar nodes. I did not know that. The points where in the moon's orbit where the moon crosses the ecliptic. Okay, what that means in English. If you go to the chart, let me go to the right. Well, this is Dahmer's chart, but we'll just use it. Hold on. Share screen, window. Okay. Ignore the fact this is Dahmer's chart. Whenever you have undo. Whenever you have like the nodes, this is the north node when you're looking at a astrological chart wheel like this, transit chart. And then you got the south node. Okay. I'll explain that another time. But suffice it to say, right now the north node is in Taurus and the south node right now, not here, but is in Scorpio. So while the nodes are in those particular signs, when the new moons happen relatively close to the node, that's when we have an eclipse. So like last year, the eclipses were in Gemini and what is the opposition? Sag, right? Yeah. And Sagittarius. That's where eclipses happened last year in 2021. The year before that, it was in 2020, it was Cancer, Capricorn along that axis. So when the north and south nodes move and they move retrograde, so they move clockwise, Yeah, they go clockwise. Then that's where we know that the eclipses are going to happen in those particular signs. So it will be a solar eclipse in when the new moon is in Scorpio, closer to the end of October. So the full moon is the 9th, 16th. The new moon should be right around the 23rd. It's usually about 14 days apart.
Okay, I will be on the lookout.
So the next videos I'll do some astrological videos. I don't know what else y'all want to talk about. Sometimes it's hard for me to come up with something to talk about because I want to talk about certain things, but I want to keep it in a higher, in a deeper level, right?
How we allowed Tiffany Haddish and Aries to go on.
Oh Jesus, I beat that dead horse already. Now
Right.
I ran that heifer in the ground. I ran her in the ground. So we're gonna leave her dead. I don't want to, not that she dead, y'all, but we're gonna leave her canceled because I'm not canceling that heifer.
At least for now.
She gonna stay canceled for a long. If I hear somebody, this time next year I hear somebody talking about, oh, we should let Tiffany know. Nasty. No, absolutely fucking not. No. Only way she'd come back and work if she still got to pay them kids. If she still owe them kids some money, I want to be sure they get all their money. That's the only way that heifer could work. Tell her to get her OnlyFans. Keep it stepping. Learn how to tell a joke. Learn how to tell a joke. Yeah, I said it.
I don't find her that funny.
She's not funny. Heifer, she's not funny at all.
And I don't like the way how she got away with it more than Aries. Like Aries, people drag Aries more than they drag Tiffany. And I'm like, like I was listening to someone who was literally saying we should put Aries on the offender list and just have Tiffany do community service. I was like, what?
She was the supplier.
She needs to be there.
She was the supplier. That's worse.
Yeah.
To me, that's worse.
But why is she not being criminally charged? Because the statute.
Nobody is being, because evidently
they're not pressing charges, right?
No, they tried. The DA won't pick it up.
Of course, the DA won't pick. This is California.
Happens to child actors all the time. So that's why. So, no, I beat that dead horse. I don't have time to talk about her no more. What else is going on in life that requires my conversation?
I think you should talk about. There is this topic that
non-indigenous and non-colored people should not practice astrology, etc. I think you should talk about that.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I mean,
now why, pray tell, should non-melanated people not practice astrology? Do we know why? What kind of nonsense are they saying?
But that's what some people be promoting. People be saying,
I'm just asking why. Did they have a good reason?
I don't know. They say because of spiritual reasons.
Sebastian, send me some of these. You've been running around on some different streets. You've been in the back alleys of YouTube.
I TikTok.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's where I'm getting them. These people are literally saying on TikTok that you should not be practicing if you are not indigenous or a POC. Because if you do, this woman was literally saying this. Your ancestors were probably owners of S or S. And if you tap into them, you could probably gain that energy. That's what this woman was saying on TikTok, literally.
Do you follow me on TikTok?
No.
Find me, Heart of Inspiration. Find me. Send me these videos or send them to me in Instagram or whatever. But find me at Heart of Inspiration. You can find me there too.
I
what I
will
mean?
be sending you these videos, and then you
Send
can
me
do
the
a whole.
videos. Send me the videos, because that's an interesting conversation. That's the conversation I have. I'll take that one up.
What about Kanye West and Candace Owens wearing their
Oh,
White Lives Matter t-shirts or sweaters, whatever it
Listen,
was?
y'all need to watch Candace's video. She posted a video on her channel
She did.
after wearing that shirt.
She did.
Oh, she read people fulfilled. I felt my feelings were hurt when the way she read people. I was just like, damn.
She did. So I'm interested in hearing your response to that.
She read people, Dr. Lisa. She read people.
And we know how we feel about Miss Candace Owens now.
I can't stand that bitch.
She done teamed up with Kanye West. And they're making a statement.
And I be trying to listen. I be out here windmilling for Kanye. I be trying. I really do, because the brother, he from Chicago. Like, I be trying,
They
but
teamed
then he
up.
goes off and does some dumb shit like this. What was your damn problem? What was your problem?
Candace
So you,
read
let me tell you something. I'm gonna go see what Candace. I can't stand her. I can't.
stand it too.
I
But
can't stand her.
I can't
But-
believe they joined forces.
But what I agree with is that the people that were running BLM, the organization, scammers. Now, them women got a whole lot of money, and they don't know nobody know where none of that damn money is other than them houses they bought and them cars and all kinds of stuff. They scammed a lot of people out of money, a lot of organizations, and did not get it back to the neighborhoods, the communities. That I will agree with all day long. This messery and tomfoolery, I can't go along with.
She went to these people's homes, Dr. Lisa. She went to Patrice's home. I was just like,
I didn't necessarily. Let me tell you something. I wouldn't even mad at that, because Patrice need to answer for all that money she took. Where the money at?
It went to her son's birthday party.
and the election watch party. We had an election watch party too.
Okay.
Right? I didn't hear about that part. So to two parties then.
And then and 5 houses in white neighborhoods and on islands. Did I miss anything?
Oh, and the house in Toronto.
Oh, I missed the house in Canada. Shit. How did I miss that? But Shiny said, poor Candace, she's lost. She is lost. And somebody need to find her and put a muzzle on it.
Listen, that video that she did, she was like, I know what I did. She was like, I know what I did. And I did it for a reason. And you all fell for that reason. She was like, I broke the internet last night. I really did. I broke the internet, and y'all were focusing on me instead of the other stuff that are happening around this world and in this country. She went ballistic. I was just like, Candace.
She was trolling with Kanye, the two master trolls. They teamed up, they joined forces, and they're running amok.
I be trying. I don't know what's wrong with my brother over there. Please, somebody tell Kanye, call me. Kanye, call me, because you is in the wrong crowd, my brother. Like,
DM him.
I need to. This is why I didn't see kids, but I assumed they were people of color. What? I'm confused, honey. I must have missed something, Adrian. I must have missed a comment. I don't. I'm gonna tell you something. The interesting thing when Kanye made that statement, it was taken out of context, because I saw the whole thing to TMZ where they extricated black people chose slavery. He was actually talking about on a very high spiritual esoteric level, like that, much like we were talking about earlier, that we came and we chose the life that we chose when we incarnated. He was talking on that level. And there was a few other things that, I think sometimes we knowingly or maybe unknowingly, but we do make choices that end up harming us more so than helping us. We're too easy. We believe that people are really out for our good way too easily, even when over and over again they show that they're not.
Yeah.
So that part I'm gonna go along with. Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the study. Don't believe in the study to be God inspired. Okay, now I really don't know what you're talking about, baby. However, I be windmilling for him. I really like, I feel like, okay, well, you're just misunderstood and da 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 da. Why would you sit here and troll Candace and Kanye with your irrelevant asses? Kanye, make some music, my brother. Make some music. Candace, go take care of your child.
Her newborn that she has, plus her 1-year-old.
Oh, she had another one?
Yeah, she had a girl.
Oh, well, take care of your children. Go take care of them. Stop with the trolling. Cut it out. Or how about do some more investigative, like real investigation on the whole situation, the whole BLM situation, and where that money went to. Then you might do something redeeming. That might be a level of redemption for you. But this ain't it. You're just contributing.
Also, I want to say this. I don't agree with Candace on majority of the things her beliefs. But one thing I will say, her organization that she has, Blexit, it has helped some people because they have how to start a small business seminars. They teach how to like do all these little entrepreneurship stuff. I'll give her kudos for that. I feel like
Yeah.
that's what really matters to Black families instead of gaslighting and instilling fear and taking people's bank.
I was okay with her until she started running around talking about that racism doesn't exist, that Black people don't have to worry about the interactions with the police, that all of this
Exactly.
stuff.
Yes.
Bitch, what?
That's when I was like,
Oh, that's
Candace.
because I can't say that. I'm gonna stop. No, stop, Lisa, stop. But the problem is she began to get too much money and too much fame and too much notoriety.
For saying the wrong thing.
And then she
set that
became a
up.
sellout.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think I'll call her a sellout. I won't call her a sellout. I won't
I
call her a
would.
sellout. The main
I
reason
did.
because I personally don't believe the fact that once you are Black, you have to have a certain ideology. Like you have to have a certain political philosophy that you have to bind to. I don't agree with that. I do believe that Black people are entitled to be whatever they want, Democrat, Republican, or whatever, independent or whatever. But I won't call her a sellout for her politics. But for her actions, yes. For her actions regarding certain social issues like this, yes.
That's what makes her a sellout. She's doing this for clout and for money. She got with Prager University to get like a ton of money, right, for her podcast and this, that, and the other. She gets paid very well by them.
She's not with Prager anymore.
Oh, she left? But they stopped paying her?
She does guest videos on Prager. I think she's mostly with like this app. It's like Netflix, but it's like a conservative think tank, I believe. It's called the Daily Wire.
Oh, she went to the Daily Wire.
Yes.
Did
Oh,
she?
interesting.
And she's getting money because like her
Ben
show.
Shapiro paid good money, baby. Ben Shapiro made that man paid some good money. But this is why I say she's a sellout. I have very conservative views, and I make no bones about that. Very conservative views. But I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that racism does not exist. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that we don't have police brutality issues. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that
I agree.
that things are
Yeah.
equitable and that Black children have just as much of an opportunity to succeed as their white counterparts. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? So I can be conservative and in that regard say we need to build our own and do for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Create our own companies. Right? Do all these. I can be conservative in that and still be realistic and say we still have problems. I might come at them with a different solution. So I cannot stand liberalism because I feel it just continues to enslave us.
Mm-hmm.
So, because it's not truly, nobody tells truth anyway. So that's why I feel like because she went all the way to this point to say things to make the people that are paying her and watching her show feel better.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, Candace.
Absolutely.
There's no racism. Oh, you see, Candace, we got the token.
The thing she said about George Floyd was absolutely disgusting.
Oh, child, I don't even remember what she said.
Oh gosh.
I think I remember. I think she was like,
she basically
what
said it was
happened
his
to
fault.
George Floyd was unfortunate. This is what I remember seeing on TikTok. She was like, what happened to George Floyd was unfortunate, but we cannot forget what this man has done to people. This man has beaten a woman who was pregnant. I was just like, oh, Lord, Candace, this is not the time to be bringing up his past. Candace, the man just died.
Well, she called him specific names. She called him a drug dealer. She called him the A word. She used specific language to call this man.
She called him an Ayer.
Yes, she did. She said a couple of things about him that were very disparaging right after his death.
Yeah.
Very insensitive.
Yes, he has that history. Yes, that is true. He does have that history, but not right after his death. You got to bring up all this history.
And that doesn't change the fact that his life was taken when it shouldn't have been. So yes, all the stuff may have been true, but that doesn't change the fact that his life was taken incorrectly. So
absolutely,
I could have committed a crime and done something wrong, but that doesn't mean that I should be pow-powed in the street, for whatever reason.
But what interview are you talking about? Like, are you talking about the one that she did with Mark Lamont Hill, or are you talking about like this one thing that she did? Because in the one that she did with Mark Lamont Hill, she was like, clearly the police officer did something wrong. So
no, this was a standalone.
Oh,
this must have been when it first happened because she just started changing her. She had to change her tune then.
Mm-hmm.
She's had to change it. By the time she talked to Mark Lamont Hill, that was much later after the whole thing. The one thing I will say is this, like, and she even came down on the wrong side of the Ahmaud Arbery situation.
Mm-hmm.
She came down on the wrong side of a lot of things. The one situation that happened here in Kenosha, Jacob Blake, where he's left paralyzed. This was the one time that I was just like, when I found out the rest of the circumstances surrounding what happened that day, that he indeed had been repeatedly essaying his baby mother, stealing money from her, stealing her car, her debit card, and this was like a repetitive thing. He would come back over and over and over again. And that the May prior to this happening, she finally got the courage to call the police and then file a restraining order. And then he was supposed to be there. He was supposed to appear for that, I don't know, some months later. And anyway, he came there that day to his child's birthday, because I think he had one or two kids by her. She had I feel like 4 or 5. And he was not supposed to be there because he had a TRO.
What's his TRO? Oh, wait, never mind.
Well, actually, he had a full restraining order. It wasn't just temporary restraining order. He had a TRO as temporary restraining order. He had a restraining order. He wasn't supposed to be there. Because the last time that he essayed her, it was in the bed and his child was on the other side. Like, he came in, forced his way in, and essayed her while his child was on the other side of her.
It's horrible.
So he took all the kids out of the apartment, stole her van keys, her truck keys, whatever, the SUV, I think it was, and stole her wallet again. and was going to take the kids reportedly to go celebrate his child's birthday. And she called the police. And then the rest of it is what we saw. And the reason why the officer, now, I will say this, why 7 police officers could not get him down outside of that van and stop him from going to that van, I don't know. But I will say this. This might be horrible. But the man's paralyzed now and can never harm that woman ever again.
Ooh.
Well.
That's true. That is 100% true. But I don't like the gaslight the media does. The media does a certain gaslight that I do not like, which is why I've stopped watching media. I've started doing independent research is due to the fact that I keep on seeing gaslight.
You have to. And this man's name was then all over. I remember that's the year I stopped watching football. Because all of a sudden this man's name is all over all these football players' helmets. And I'm like, this man terrorized his baby mother. And now she has to see her assaulter's name plastered everywhere as if he's some sort of a hero when he was attempted kidnapping and stealing her vehicle and stealing from her after he had, so that's the one and only time with all these things that have happened that I was just like, well, it ain't perfect. But that in a way is a little bit justice. He ain't die. He won't be able to hurt her no more.
And he got a lot of money.
I don't know if they paid him.
That's true, because BLM was managing that money too.
Oh, BLM ain't gonna pay him. I thought that they were gonna sue the city. I don't even know if they did that though. That's how you know he was in the wrong. I don't think he ever sued the city or Kenosha. Well, you know he knew he was in the wrong because they paid George Floyd's family off. They paid
Breonna Taylor's family's off.
They paid her family off too.
They sure did.
And her mother went on a spree of words about BLM too.
Yes, Adrian Candace does have a son. So okay, so you mad at Larry Elder too? What Larry do now?
Larry's the male version of Candace to some people.
Is he that bad?
That's what I don't think he's that bad.
I've never known him to be that. Not Candace bad, not Kanye bad.
No, he doesn't do stuff like that. But like I have this issue like in our community that once we see someone with a different views of ours, we're quick to call them all types of names. I don't like that.
Agree with that. Yeah, I know. We shouldn't do that.
Like that. I don't like that. It's completely false. We personally, initially, Black people were conservative. Initially, Black people were Republican. That's how it was just 100 years ago.
Not even 100. You just have to go back to the 60s.
Oh, you're right. Just in the 60s.
So just 60 years ago. So it's not that long ago. It didn't take that much. But that's a whole conversation. Now that's a whole conversation right there. That's a whole conversation. But we're not a monolith. And so, I don't think we should be so quick. But when people say stupid shit, they say stupid shit. That was some dumb shit. That was dumb shit Kanye did. That was dumb shit Candace did. And I don't even know if I want to watch this damn. It's bad that I would rather have watched Jeffrey Dahmer than watch what the Candace got to say. Because I can't stand woman. Oh, child. She just irritates my ever loving. I can't.
It was a little entertaining though.
It was. Listen, I'm gonna give it to her. She has great communication skills. Okay, I'll give that to Candace. She has great communication skills. I
She's
just
very
don't
well
like what she be
trained.
preaching. She's very well trained, and someone needs to give her a position as press secretary because sis would read a reporter down.
Oh no, she would not. That I would pay money to see. I pay money to see her up there being a press secretary for the
She
White
would.
House.
She was
Oh,
trying
get
her
out of
best to
here.
be on The View, but they didn't want her on there.
She'd have ate them. She'd have ate them women up. I'd have
She
paid
was
money for
trying her
that too.
best.
I would have paid money for that too.
The
I
View?
would have paid. I would have paid to sit
Yeah.
there, and I can't stand that damn show. But if she had been on there, I'd have watched it just to watch her eat them up.
Especially Whoopi. I would have watched her.
Apparently, it was Joy and Whippy that said that they didn't want her on, that they would have left if she came on because she was supposed to replace what was it, Megan.
Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joy didn't want her on there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
She
Joy said no.
she would have. Oh, she'd. Oh my God! It would have been a massacre. It would have been a bloodbath.
What's it called was supposed to be replacing Megan too, Condoleezza Rice, because the last time
Now,
she was on
that
there,
would have been
she
interesting.
put them in place. Dr. Lisa,
I like me some Condoleezza.
Condoleezza. If I ever have a daughter, I'm gonna name her Condoleezza.
I
love
wish
that
she.
name.
I honestly wish Condoleezza would have ran for president.
I think she could win. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I know it's gonna be problematic. It's gonna be very problematic what I'm about to say. Oh Lord.
Go on.
Whew. I don't think the first female president will be a Democrat. I don't think that will ever happen because of the way it will be narrated. They'll just run on the platform of vote for me because I'm a woman. Vote for me because we need to fight for women. Like that's not the platform that you should be running on. You should be running for vote for me and I will provide these services. Don't vote for me because I'm a woman. Vote for me because I'm qualified. Vote for me because I am of said.
But that doesn't fit with identity politics, sweetheart.
It still fits with identity politics.
No, it doesn't. So there's no way that they're going to do that. The one Democrat woman I would have voted for would be Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes, I love that woman. I love
her.
her. I love
I
Tulsi.
love her.
But Condoleezza, she should have been on The View. She put them in place.
That would be highly entertaining as well.
Ever since they had her on that day, you never seen Condoleezza again.
Right. She was gone.
She was never on that show again.
I think they had her on the docket, and then also Sarah Palin said that she was supposed to be on there.
Oh,
which I thought they were going to bring her back.
I can see Russia from my house.
I thought she would have been good, but
Poor Sarah.
No,
That
Dr.
poor
Lisa,
woman.
you don't think Sarah Palin would have been good?
Sarah's a victim, okay?
That would have been a train wreck. Now that would have been entertaining, but it would have been a train wreck. It would have been a train wreck. I'd like to know about when did we go back to football being okay?
Oh, that's
I
another
still
thing.
don't watch football.
You need to talk about concussions because this whole situation with Tua.
I know. But I'm not going to listen, this is not a sports channel. The hell I'm going to talk about just because I know about it. I don't know that football's okay. I don't know that football was not okay. I don't ever know that football was not okay. I don't. People get their panties in a bunch over too much. Like, but Jay-Z came out and said football was okay, so I guess football was okay now.
You're gonna have the hive come for you in the comments.
Well, that's what happened.
Yeah. I mean,
Right? He became an advisor to the NFL. Now that halftime show last year was good though. I enjoyed Snoop and all them on the halftime show. Did y'all like that? I enjoyed it.
Yes, Mary J. Blige too.
Man, well, Listen, Mary look good for her age. Leave my girl alone.
I love
She
her.
she look good for her. That woman looks good. I want to be her when I grow up. Okay, she looked good. That was a good halftime show. Um, so and so I guess it's okay now. Oh my God, Herschel Walker. Oh God, what did I just see today?
his son Christian was tweeting and was saying how don't start making a mockery of Christianity and stuff, because you acting like you were all a moral Christian where you weren't, when you wanted to go bang a bunch of women and you left me and my mother by ourselves aid us. Literally, he was going off on Twitter today, and he was like, "I only went to one campaign event. Stop using my name." I was screaming.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well.
Yep.
Child, look, no, what I had seen on the Twitters was that the Herschel was paying for people's abortions.
Really?
But like, I don't think that's confirmed though. Those are rumors.
Well,
That
I listen, ain't no Herschel.
those are rumors that are
Let
going
me look it
around.
up here. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. Now we're not going. We
Oh, of course
that's a
not. He's a football player. Of course not. It's out of the realm of possibility.
and a very wealthy football player. Herschel Walker paying for abortions. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see what they're saying on the internet.
I saw it on the post today. That's where I saw it. It came up on the post on my phone.
Oh, here we go to Washington Examiner.
Yep.
Oh, New York Post.
Yep. That's the one I saw.
Child, well, let me see what the New York Post saying, because I liked them. Child, this is a mess. This is a whole ass mess. Let's see what's going
It's a
on. I can't
mess.
believe y'all got me on here for 4 hours. Hold
Herschel
on.
has actually been doing better in the polls due to college football season.
Well, of course.
And
Georgia
he might
GOP
actually win
Senate
this.
vehemently denied a report that he had paid for a former girlfriend to get an abortion in 2000. Oh, that's recent, baby.
Ooh,
That ain't number 13 years ago, Hirsch. You had been stopped playing, hadn't you? You didn't know how to wrap it up. Blasting the claim as repugnant hatchet job. Walker, a staunch anti-abortion advocate who has supported a national abortion ban, took to Twitter Monday to forcibly repudiate the reporting by the Daily Beast. Well, the Daily Beast is a little bit like the Inquirer. Claims that the former NFL player paid for his then girlfriend to have an abortion in 2009. That's a flat-out lie. I deny this in the strongest possible terms. The 1982 Georgia Bulldog Heisman Trophy winner turned political candidate said. The woman who asked to remain anonymous. Well, girl, put your name on it. If you're going to say this, I need a name.
Exactly.
I need a name. I'm not taking the woman who remains anonymous. Nope. I don't want to hear that, because that's how I know the story could be fabricated. Nope.
Yeah. You ain't put a name on it, Pimpin.
If you're going to say it, say it.
Right.
She decided to talk. She should talk. If she has the
Right.
guts to come out to the press, she should allow her name to be there too.
She provided a $575 receipt from the abortion clinic, as well as a signed check, personal check for $700 from Walker and a get well card. Well, we don't know that was his baby. We don't know what them $700 for. Heifer, you could have been told him you need that $700 for your goddamn rent.
Exactly. This is why this story's not adding up for me.
The Post has not been able to independently verify the allegations.
Oh.
Well, that's because I can't even ride out with that one. Come with this. Okay. Walker State was immediately slammed by his 23-year-old son, Christian, whom the former running back shares with ex-wife Cindy DeAngelis Grossman.
That was the one that was dogging him out, Lisa.
Let me shut up. I gotta see. Is this the son? Is this the ex-wife?
No.
That is.
That's Marjorie Taylor
Oh,
Greene.
Marjorie Taylor. Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus, help us all, Marion and Joseph. Scathing tweets written to father about his family, lying about his family values. Oh, so Walker admitted that he had fathered 3 other secret children. Oh, well, maybe he did. Shut up, Lisa. He might not have wanted 4.
I mean, it's possible.
It's possible.
What did he say?
That he said, the son said that he had fathered 3 other secret children with 3 different women.
No, Walker was forced to admit that earlier this year. He admitted that
That's what I'm saying. So is it outside the realm of possibility he might not have wanted number 4?
Listen, if he already fathered 3 other, I don't think this woman, he would have been like, no, because I feel like he paid those kids. I feel like he paid those women.
Wait, how old is this man right now? How old is this
He's
man?
60,
Right?
60.
He's 60. 13 years ago, he would have been 47 years old. Now, Sebastian, I know you ain't close to 47. But
No.
I'm here to tell you, when you get to your late 40s and you already have fathered or mothered 3, 4, you is not trying to start all over at 47.
I could believe that.
Do you guys believe he's a changed man? Because that's what he's portraying. He's saying he's a changed man now. And he says he took accountability for all the things he's done in the past. Do y'all believe that?
He said, I don't care about someone who's had a bad past and takes accountability. That's what the son said, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how dare you lie, in all caps, and act as though you're some, quote, moral Christian upright man, end quote. You lived a life of destroying others people's lives. How dare you? That's some strong words coming from his son.
But no one knew his son till he said that was his father, though. Just saying.
No one knew that was his boy.
No, the thing is, he when he was started on TikTok, that's how he was doing. That's how he rose to fame, is by saying his daddy was Herschel Walker, a famous football legend.
Okay. Here we go. And this because she also had 2 other sons, aged 10 and 13. Oh, shit. Pimpin', well, you was pumping them out then. 13 years old. Okay. Hold on. I got it. I done cleared it up now. This is what happened. He had 2 different women pregnant at the same time back in 2009.
Oh, Lord. Well, I guess that's what he liked to do.
But do you think he could be changed from 2009 into today? 13 years.
Yeah, of course I think he could be changed. Absolutely.
Jeffrey Dahmer did it.
Huh?
Jeffrey Dahmer was changed in like 5 minutes. So
No, I
why
ain't
not
talking about
him?
Jeffrey Dahmer changed. I ain't talking about Jeffrey Dahmer
Herschel,
changed.
and you know what? I think the CTE has this is another problem. I have an issue with football. The CTE is leading to a whole bunch of these issues, these anger issues, these violent issues. I'm not with it. And these addiction issues.
Candace. Adrian going off about Candace. We done moved on to Herschel Walker. And Adrian's still stuck on Candace, stalking Cardi and trying to show that she tried to pull a black card with Kanye.
Well, try another one because he already lost his a long time ago.
Nah, I ain't took the man's card now.
I'm never taking a brother.
I still play his music right today. She's passive aggressive. She is passive aggressive. You think it? I think he might too. You know, from taking all those hits.
Herschel?
Yeah, Herschel, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. This is CTE stuff.
When that man took a knee. Well, no, he's still not working. Jay-Z was supposed to get him a job back, but let me put this. I'm gonna put. Then we got to get back to Herschel. I can't believe we went from Jeffrey Dahmer to Herschel. That's a hell of a switch. That's a hell of a. We didn't go. Oof. Um, but Kaepernick had a chance to get back on the team. He decided they gave him some tryouts. He didn't want to do the tryouts the way that he had already agreed to with the NFL team. He was still doing a lot of grandstanding and this and that and slave trade, this, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm.
My man, you said you was gonna try out. So this was still the slave trade when you told him you was coming to the tryouts because you wanted to play football. So I don't really have no sympathy for you at that point. Because then now you pulling something, right? So he could have got back on, but he could have.
Dr. Lisa, I don't like how he compared the draft to a slave trade. That's what he did in his ad or whatever it was.
Wow.
And that's why I was like, you know what, Colin?
Well, but it is them putting them up on a block, basically.
What did he say?
I said it is them putting them on the block, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, now they're getting well paid, yes. But according to Dane Calloway, there were a lot of slaves that actually got paid.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now I'm going to be doing some more research, and I'm actually reaching out to Dane Calloway because I'd like to have him on the platform because there's a lot of interesting things that he's got over there. So hopefully he'll come and grace us with his presence if you're not too busy.
Weren't some slaves paid with property, like land? I know some.
Yes, they were.
Some slaves, their masters gave them land.
And there were more slaves that paid off their indentured servitude, if you will, and then themselves owned slaves. So
that's
another.
Okay, that's a lot. Because then,
go ahead.
Sorry, because then if you're getting paid, then are you? Well, I don't even know how to ask that question. Yeah, then
really a slave.
Yeah, then I don't know. Then what rights? I don't know. That's a lot of questions.
That trust me, his work brings up a lot of questions. Dane Calloway, you could look him up, just his name, and then his channel will come up. Yeah, we did go for a quantum leap we got there. Now we got there honest. We got there honestly. We didn't really take there's a leap, but it wasn't that bad of a leap. I have to change it because we're not talking about that anymore.
If there's one thing about Herschel, I will say the CTE. This is happening to a lot of these football players. The CTE. This is why I'm not a big advocate for football. Nope.
Yeah.
This CTE, because especially if you start your child in football, high school football, college football, and the NFL, by the time they're in their mid 40s, they can already start portraying those symptoms.
Yeah, absolutely. And they start younger. Like here, they play. I mean, I'm sure this happens all over the country, but these kids will be playing tackle football in the 3rd and 4th grade.
And also, my high school psychology instructor, when I was in high school, he would be speaking gibberish for a while and then spoke normal. And he would be like, yeah, that happens sometimes because I have aphasia after so many concussions I've done in high school and college football. So,
yeah. So, back to Mr. Herschel. My deductive reasoning tells me that if he has a child at 10 and a child at 13, and this reported end of a pregnancy happened 13 years ago, my deductive reasoning says that he probably had 2 different people pregnant at the same. It's a high possibility. My opinion is that he quite possibly had 2 women pregnant at the same time, but wasn't about to go through that.
But Dr. Lisa,
and they together made the choice not to continue with the pregnancy together.
No, she made the choice. She made the choice.
How the hell she just the article just said they made the choice together and he wrote the woman a check.
Well, okay, he wrote you a check, but that didn't mean he told you have to get it. You're the one who has the choice. You're the
Now
one who
we not
decides.
gonna do that, are we?
We You're the one who had the choice if you wanted to go
We
inside
not finna do
unit.
that. We not finna do that, are we?
You had the choice. You had the choice if I want to go into
We
this
not
clinic
he
or
finna
not.
do that.
Because sis is messed up. She could have got a good child support check. She could have got a good one.
Maybe she didn't want him.
Or maybe it
But
wasn't
the
his.
article said they made the cut. They made it together. Now, if I had not known that he had a 13-year-old child and then a 10-year-old child on top of that, as I read down further, I would have said, "No, she lying. Ain't no way. Ain't no
Dr. Lisa,
way."
she's the one who
However,
made that choice.
you ain't finna put this on her. They made that choice together. Don't put that. You're not finna let him get off scot motherfucking free. You're
Did she
not
put a
finna
gun
do
to his
that.
head? Did he
You're
put a gun
not
to
fixing
her
it.
head?
They made that choice together.
I don't know why would she do that. You know how much child support she could have racked in? She could have racked in a
Listen,
whole.
So
We-
she should have escaped and like hit it, like escape with the baby or something.
She could have took that. She could have had the child and not told him, and then just sent him the summons. And when
wait.
he didn't go to court, he would just get it garnished.
So what you were saying is she should have went on ahead after they had both decided together that they were not going to continue with the pregnancy. That she should have been a damn Instagram thought and went ahead and had the damn child and been a ball player baby mama. But just
Well, the
had a
other
baby
ones,
just to get money.
well, the other ones did it too. She could have got a nice
I,
child support check.
I ain't talking about the other thoughts. I'm talking about this one.
Yes, she should have. Yes, she should have.
Well, I
Then
mean,
yes.
no, see, I'm not going to say no woman should have a child just so she could get a child support check. That's terrible. All that child is to you. That's like foster parents. Some people that aren't good foster parents getting foster kids for the check.
Wait, you get a check when you foster a kid?
Sebastian, not you. I'm going to call them and make sure that they don't pay you a damn dime. No, you ain't getting nothing.
I just want to know. Do you? I love
This
children.
is over.
I love kids. I just want to know.
You love the check. You
He just
literally
wants
just
a
said this
child.
woman should have a baby for a check.
That's not what I meant. I meant she should have had the child because she wanted the child. Because he did not put a gun
Maybe
to her
she did.
head. He did not put a gun to
What
her
if-
head and said, "Oh, get an abortion." She did it. Yep,
This is-
that's a good question. That is a
What?
very
Yeah. What if more come out? Because evidently he didn't know how to wrap it up. Maybe the CTE kept him from knowing how to use it properly. I don't know.
We don't know.
Maybe the brain got shook up and he just couldn't figure out how to wrap it up.
But
I'm not
these
sure.
ballers be going on around the place. You know ballers be going around the place.
You be giving
Oh,
these
they-
men a whole lot of excuses, Sebastian. If I ever see you,
I'm
the
not
point
giving
is he's totally against
No.
abortion now. I'm glad that he's against abortion now. I believe he could probably change. You're more than welcome to change. However, this is also what I feel too. If you know that you got a neighborhood full
Ooh.
of skeletons in your closet, you should probably not run for office.
Yep, that is true.
Or go on a reality TV show.
He's on a reality TV. Oh, wait, no.
Who?
I'm just saying, don't do that
Oh,
either.
just in general. I'm like, don't tell me this man on a.
I'm saying in general, like the Housewives, if you got skeletons and tabs.
Well, except for Bravo uses them for that. If you're not live with this. If you're doing criminal activity, please do not go on a national TV, international reality TV show. Please don't.
The T is Jen might get 18 years. That's what Ronald Richards said, allegedly.
Yeah.
Jen might get 18 years.
Ooh, 18 years.
Yeah.
18 years. Oh, sorry.
A full 18.
Kanye. See,
It's looking like a very highly possible 18 years too.
she deserves it. We're taking them people money like that.
Old people.
That's
And she-
wrong. She deserve it. She really does.
And the way
She
she
deserve
fought,
it. Erica should be go following up right behind her.
don't do Erica like that. No.
Erica took the proceeds. She took the fruit from the poison tree, and she knew it was poison. She knew that her husband was not supposed to have that money and that jewelry, and she still took it.
His
Oh,
mistress
wait.
gave her stuff back. The mistress gave stuff back. Why couldn't Erica give stuff back?
The
too?
mistress was smart as hell. Mistress like, oh no, I'm not gonna get caught up in this bullshit.
right?
Mm.
Erica
I
said
don't
she
want this.
not
I
giving
want
back to
this.
her parents.
That's not winning the side chick sweepstakes. That's not what you signed on for when you was a side chick. To go to jail? No. To get
Right.
hemmed up at bankruptcy court? No. I didn't sign up for this. Side chick is supposed to have benefits, not detractions. Look, take a page out of Camilla's book. She queen now. She won the ultimate side chick. Ultimate
she
side
did.
chick sweepstakes. That bitch stayed in there she was in it to win it. She was not going no motherfucking well.
But she didn't do her job correctly because she should have bared a prince or princess.
She didn't need to know. She did what she's. Listen,
If
she
she
couldn't get it
bared
the
one-
first time around. She couldn't get it the first time around. Get him when he was fresh. But not so. Diana had the heir and spare. She didn't have to do that. She was over there making babies with that other man.
How do we know if they're theirs? His.
Don't start with me.
What? They could be Charles's. Because he was hitting it every single day. Every day. Every
Now I'm gonna have to go look at these children and look at their pictures.
He was doing it
God.
every day.
Illegitimate royal. Oh, do you know what you're saying?
This would have been crazy.
Anyway, she won the ultimate side chicks. She gave side chicks all around the world hope. That's what she did. You
I don't
too
like
one
that.
day could become queen consort. You just gotta hang in there and keep your mouth shut. She
Right.
played it right.
Don't say
Hang in
nothing.
there. Yeah,
I don't
say a
like that.
goddamn word.
I
Don't
don't
say
like
a
she,
word. Huh?
I don't like that her I don't like the fact that she gets
She won the
ring.
sweepstakes. I don't like it either.
Oh no. Oh, you need to look at the kids. Oh Lord. This one kind of looks like William. Oh Lord. Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
The daughter looks like
Y'all not gonna don't. God damn it.
Sebastian is bad.
the daughter looks like William.
Camilla
Queen Camilla.
Parker. Old children. Here we go. Y'all wrong. Y'all is so, and you got me up in this bullshit. Let me see here. I'm gonna share my screen because I'm not gonna be. If I'm in this, everybody is gonna be in it with me. I'm not
She
going down
looks like-
alone.
She looks like William.
Okay, we're gonna go through them. Well, here's one.
Her name
Here's
is Laura Lopez. Yes, yes.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh.
Oh no.
Mm.
Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, that's at the wedding. Hold on. Snip and sketch. Hang on. I gotta grab this. I gotta grab it. Hang on, guys. All right. Now, here we go. Do. Now we playing Maury Povich around here determining who is the father.
Oh, and there's a
Alright.
rumor that she's the one who said was worrying about Megan's child's skin color.
Really?
Listen, you know why I wasn't mad about that? We all know that in our families we ask the same goddamn question. So I don't want none of y'all pretending like we don't ask that same damn question. Because we do. And Megan is so darn passable.
I don't like
That-
Megan either.
That was the least of anybody's concerns.
I don't
Adrian,
like
yes,
Megan.
there is a man that swears he's Charles and Camilla's son. Yep, I've seen that. She looked like William. She looked like William.
He kind of looks like Harry.
He looks like Harry. And I always thought that Harry was the bodyguard's child. Oh,
They all look exactly alike to me.
But did you know Diana actually is a descendant of royalty too?
yes, I do. Camilla's more like the commoner, to be honest with you.
Camilla
Uh,
is a commoner.
She got that same jaw. And he has Harry's jaw. Oh, Sebastian, get off my line. Damn it. Y'all not gonna have me hemmed up. Next thing I'll be all over the blogs.
I
Psychic says that the kids are Charles's.
It's gonna be on Reddit.
They do have the chin lines though. They got them. I'm gonna have to do some more investigative research onto this one here.
Mm-hmm. You
That
need to
does
do a
look.
royal series. I think that's what you need to do. You need to do a generational series on the royal family. You need to do the incestuous acts in the royal
Yes.
family. You need to do
Trying to figure out why they all have the Buzz Lightyear chins.
well they're inbred. If you look at it, a lot
I'm
of
so glad
inbred.
you said that, and I didn't.
Well, we all knew that.
That's very common in inbred people.
Yeah.
Just look at Heather in Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Oh, according to Mary Cosby.
How does this degenerate to this? How do we
Mary-
degenerate to this?
Mary did say that Heather does look inbred, and she does, and she most likely is.
Maybe that's why the queen accepted Camilla.
Yeah,
I think the queen accepted Camilla because at that juncture, she knew this bitch wasn't going nowhere. She knew this bitch wasn't going nowhere. Diana had embarrassed the royal family because Diana wasn't taking it. Diana wasn't for it. Now, I personally still feel that Diana was met with an untimely death because she was of who she was dating. She was dating a Muslim, an Arabic man,
what's his name again?
Dodi Fayed.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care how much money Dodi had, the Fayed family had. It didn't matter. They were not going to have the mother of the future king of England cavorting around, sleeping with, and getting married to
Mm-hmm.
a Muslim. That was never going to happen.
An Egyptian.
Thank you, an Egyptian.
Yeah, they were pissed.
That was never going to happen. If she had dated another Englishman, I think they would have left her be. I think they would have left her be. I think Camilla is commoner. I think Diana is more royal.
Yeah,
Definitely
isn't
way
Diana
more royal than Camilla. Definitely way more royal than Camilla because Camilla did not come from a proper family. Diana did. who Diana couldn't have had another child? She already had the air and the spirit. She did her duty. She didn't have to name another one.
Here it is. Diana is descended from 2 illegitimate children of King Charles II of England.
Oh, bastard children. Oh, so she's Jon Snow type royalty from Game of Thrones. Y'all know Jon Snow? No, lost on y'all. Okay.
No, we know Jon Snow.
Oh, okay. I was like, y'all catch that? Okay. So she is from illegitimate bastard children.
Yes, and also her younger brothers. Oh, Queen Elizabeth is actually Diana's younger brother's godmother, and Diana's father was the Queen's assistant.
Oh, that I did not know. That I did not know.
So this marriage was a whole,
That's why it was sanctioned, because she was from the right stock, right family.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, if they were the assistant, they knew all the secrets up in that household. You think they were not going to allow? They wanted those secrets shut. They don't like those secrets exposed like that. But she still exposed them anyway.
She exposed the mess out of him.
Even harder than Meghan.
Meghan be telling lies.
I don't like Meghan. She's too narcissistic for me.
She's crazy.
It is. Something about her just is off.
They probably do. They share great grandmother. I wouldn't doubt that either. Because if she's, well, they're related because that's how they do. They want to keep the royal blue blood, and Camilla was not blue blood or is not blue blood. She ain't dead. But them kids got them same chins. Got them same jawlines. Sebastian, why did you send me down that path?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
it's just
wrong.
a thought that came up in my mind.
I can't unsee that now. I can't
I'm sleepy.
unsee it.
I'm tired and sleepy, and that just came up in my mind. I'm like, how do we know if Camilla's kids are her ex or whatever she had's kids?
He's right though. Those are some very specific chins. Those
And
chins don't come
Charles
out of
was hitting
nowhere.
it every single day. Charles was with it every single day. Okay, every single day Charles was with her.
Mm-hmm. Very distinct chins on those individuals. Pretty particular. I would agree.
Y'all know, y'all not finna get me into Jason Lee trouble. That's what y'all not fixing to do.
Pretty interesting.
Jason Lee did that to himself. Okay?
I'm just saying, I'm not going down that road.
But people are still saying that Jason Lee. Diana is also Scottish. Diana is Scottish and.
Right, but she is right that the Queen. Now, this is something that trips me all the way out. The Queen, that line, the Windsor line,
is not Windsor, isn't it?
it's some
Coburg
German
Sachs?
name.
It's Coburg Sachs.
Something like that. But it's a German name. And if you go back not too far, they have very much ties to the bad man from Germany.
Yes, they do. Wasn't the Queen's uncle the one that abdicated?
I'm talking about before him. Before him.
But he had those ideologies. He was part of that ideology.
Yes, but I'm talking about the family lineage is from that. Far and away more than on the English or Irish or Scottish side.
And what's it called? Prince Philip is her cousin too.
Yes.
We all know that. There aren't their cousins.
The children get security, but Harry, the reason why Harry nor his family don't have security, let's be clear, they renounced, and said they were no longer working royals.
Exactly.
As such, they knew at some point, they should have known but they had to take the HRH titles away from them. His and Her Royal Highness. They're no longer working royals. And because it's a what do they call it? A democratic monarchy or whatever?
Constitutional monarchy.
Constitutional monarchy, thank you. The people of England cannot be and should not be expected to pay for their private security. The reason why Archie and Lilibet did not get Prince and Princess titles immediately had nothing to do with the fact that the IVF babies were were nothing to do with the fact of their purported maternal lineage, and everything to do with the fact that it only goes as far as the grandchildren of the monarch that get prince and princess titles. So, had Harry and Meghan decided not to get their royal panties in a bunch and leave, it still remained HRHs, their children would have immediately, now they still can be prince and princess. However, they cannot be HRH unless Charles decides to make them as such. And what has typically and historically happened is that those children then are allowed to make the decision at 18 whether or not they want to become working royals, and then at that point they get the titles.
Exactly.
And yes, they are IVF children because I remember hearing the day they got married that she had frozen eggs back here in the motherfucking States.
Yeah, I believe it.
Now that was on TV. I heard them say that. I was watching the royal wedding because I was like, "Ain't this bitch low?" And then, you know, it gets harder to conceive when you get older.
It
when
is.
You get above 35.
And she's older than all of them. She's older than Kate. She's older than William, and she's older than Harry.
So they knew she was going to have to get pregnant right away. Word on the curb was they had already fertilized some eggs and they were waiting to get married. Further word on the curb was she had already had those eggs implanted and one of them took. Now, then across the street on that curb, they said that she wasn't that pregnant. It was a surrogate that did them both. And that's why that's no witness for the birth of Archie. His royal announcement has no witnesses, doctor or otherwise, that they witnessed the royal birth. And it says that Meghan attended the birth. How the bitch going to attend the motherfucking birth she's supposed to be pushing out? Can I just ask that? How the fuck you going to attend a fucking birth that you are supposed to be participating in?
It's very creepy.
But isn't Meghan, she is the one who, I think she carried the children. But others have every right to believe that she didn't, because there are logistical great reasons to show that she didn't either. But I don't think that she knew what she was getting into.
Oh, come on, boy.
Oh, I think she did.
She knew.
I think she knew, obviously, but I don't think she knew it was that bad. Like, this is how the family is.
She had that bad?
Well, Harry should have married a commoner. He decided to marry an actress who thinks it's going to be the same thing like in movies, how princesses and princes are. She didn't realize it was an actual real government position that you got to do certain things.
You have to work? Oh, that's what you mean. Because her life wasn't that bad.
You don't think that her husband would have explained it to her? Like, listen, this is serious. You're going to have to do this. You're going to have to wear this certain nail polish. You can't eat fish. You can't wear a dress that goes above this knees. You don't think he explained it to her? Like, listen, my grandma's crazy. You can't do this. Like,
I think he explained it to her, and I think her narcissism just wouldn't allow her. She just felt that she was going to be able to do whatever the hell she wanted to do.
To go against the Queen of England? Like you think
Yes,
she was that narcissistic that she was gonna be like,
absolutely, I
let's
do.
roll up in the palace.
Absolutely,
Really?
absolutely, absolutely.
Well, that's bold. She was gonna go in the palace and change the rules.
Did you know? And this is a true story. It's a true statement. Did you know that until recently, on her driver's license, she put down Caucasian for her
Really?
race,
She did. She passes as a white woman. She's passed as a
and
white
she's
woman.
lived as such. Not
I
just
could
pass.
believe
You
that.
could pass and not live that way. My mother passes, and my aunts, all of them, they never lived that way, right?
Mhm.
They were always black power in the 60s, child. They were the biggest black power and so light they could pass. People were like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you here? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, uh, but she did pass by choice. That was her choice. So do I think that she thought she was gonna get away with whatever? Absolutely. Because you also have to remember that that country actually embraced her at first, and when they were all excited, breath of fresh air, this is gonna be amazing. It's gonna rejuvenate the monarchy.
An American princess. An
An
American.
American princess.
Yes, that's how it was.
Finally, the monarchy has done what they didn't do with Wallace Simpson. You know, when Edward abdicated. So,
Edward abdicated.
the king, Edward. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
who chose Edward, right? Um, Queen Elizabeth's uncle. He
Oh
wanted to
yeah.
marry Wallace Simpson, who was a divorced American actress. The Church of England at that point was like, you can't marry her because she's divorced. Parliament
And
would
she's
not allow it either. And so he chose love over the crown. And that's truth. And then was exiled to France.
and that's how Elizabeth became next in
And so
line.
then her father then became king. He died very young of lung cancer. And that's how she became queen at such a young age, at 20 something, 25 was it?
Yes, 25.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep, that's how all that happened. But he died. Her father, I feel like, was in his 50s, maybe. He was a young man. He was a young man, maybe 60, maybe, because she was 25. Margaret would have been about 23 or 20, yeah, but 23 or so, maybe 22. So he was not. I mean, and they got married. They all get married young. Megan thought she was going to be special. She said she never was treated as a black woman until she was. Megan convinced me with that black woman bullshit. Sis, you want to come claim us the minute you, bitch, get out of here. Fuck
Does she
outta
need
here.
help?
Not treated like a black woman. I'm gonna treat you like a black woman. They should. Harry should leave her. Adrian, I love you, baby, but that's my strong opinion. Harry should leave her. She's a narcissistic heifer. Can't stand her. She is horrible. She's so narcissistic.
Yeah, I
So
guess
narcissistic.
she thought she was gonna tell the queen that she was gonna change the rules.
Out of here. You not changing those rules, sis.
Right.
What, you thought you gonna what? I mean, and honestly, from what I'm understanding, she was a horrible person to all her servants.
She thought she
Horrible.
was a diva.
Well, yeah. Even if they said that back when the Wendy Williams show was on, they said that she tried to like audition from the Wendy Williams show or something, and she was horrible even back then,
Oh God.
like right before she even became famous.
You had to
Wendy
be bad.
dragged that woman through.
Yeah.
You had to be horrible not to get on Wendy.
Yeah. Yeah. If Wendy says you're bad, then
You're really
well,
bad. But then didn't she did something, she did Ellen DeGeneres recently, and she just degraded herself. She was horrible. It was horrible. Horrible. But she's killing herself in the press, like honest to Pete. She's so insincere with everything. She's such a narcissist. Everything's got to be about her.
Yeah.
Just disgusting. She hasn't really done any honest charity work. Even her archetypes, I listen to one, I will note to. I will never listen to another one of her damn podcasts again. She's the worst podcast host ever. Everything is about her. And I loved how Mariah ate her up. Mariah was just like, well, bitch, you a diva too. You a diva too. She was treated like a mixed woman in the US. Well, any biracial individual who says they were treated like a mixed woman, code word for I was treated white.
Ooh.
You, sis, put Caucasian on your driver's license.
And she could pass as one too.
So you chose it. You had two options here. You chose the Caucasian route.
Right.
But you played up the fact that you were of mixed race because it played better in the press. And then you want to holler the race card when the British press exposes you for the heifer you truly are.
Ooh.
And you know what? I want to say this. You want to be so ashamed of your black side, but this whole time, it has not been your black side that has been acting up. Nope, your mother showed up to the wedding all pretty and nice. It has been your white side that has been acting up. Your daddy and your sister has been the ones that has been acting up, embarrassing you, showing up, writing books, talking about you in your press. Your black side hasn't said nothing. So let's look at that right there.
And the interesting thing to me now, I've read some of that stuff. I could see how she probably did mistreat them. Terrible. But everybody, like everybody's for a money grab. It's just all a money grab.
Well, the dad
Right? And it doesn't look good in the press.
Also,
Right.
didn't she go through like 3 nannies in just 3 months or something? Yes, with Archie. Yes, exactly that.
She also lost,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
She also lost a deal with Disney, and I don't know why. She was supposed to be like a Disney, like a real life Disney princess, right after she left the royal family. But then nothing ever came from that, and we don't know why.
She'll blame it on COVID. The bitch don't want to work.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it took? It took her what? 2 years to put out Archetypes, a podcast. Bitch, it took you 2 years to create 2 years.
Oh, what you need to talk about the Queen of Denmark, Queen Margaret.
Cut them heifers, cut them bitches off. She said, "You grandkids need to work for your goddamn money."
Yeah, she took their titles away. I was like,
snatch. And they was all like, oh, Granny.
Watch she die. Watch she die in 2 months.
Don't say that.
No, she gonna live for a while just to see them grandbabies suffer, blowing the wind. Listen, I ain't mad at her. Make your way. You've been living off of me for too long. They must have been wilding out. I ain't checked into them.
There's too much of them. There's too much of them. That's the
How many of them are there?
There's like 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9. There's 9 of them. All of them have titles.
Well, how many? Wait a minute now. You got William, Harry.
No, I'm talking about the Queen of Denmark.
I know, but I'm trying to see how many are on the Windsor side. William, Harry, Beatrice, Eugenia, or Eugenie, whatever her name is. Edward got some kids too, though. Or them Edward's kids? No. Don't Edward got some kids?
Yeah, is it one of them Beatrice?
No, Beatrice and Eugenia are York, Andrews.
Oh yeah, Andrews. Edward
So
has Louise, James,
Louise and one more.
and James.
Yep. So that's 6. Does Anne have kids? Anne has kids. Zara, Tyndall,
Yeah, but they don't have titles because it's not a father. Mothers don't give
which I
titles.
think is trash.
The thing is because her husband did not want to take a title. That's the problem. If her husband accepted a title, as he's entitled to,
Then it would have been okay.
then it would have been okay for her kids to have titles.
She was trying to make them change her. Oh, you're talking about Megan. So there's 8 grandkids for the English, and there's 8 or 9 on the other side. So you're saying all of Marguerite's grandbabies, all of them had titles, huh?
All of them had titles. All of
So
them.
they were all getting money from Denmark. Is that what the problem is?
Yep.
Okay, they all have 2. That's weird. All of Queen Elizabeth's children all only have 2 kids.
You need to do some number research on that.
That's weird, ain't it? Ain't that weird?
But she
Like
didn't
that
have
don't happen in families. I have 3 children. My brother has 4. My other brother has 3. Tried to only have 2, but Logan wanted to get here. Like, when does that happen? My father had 4. My auntie had 1. Auntie had 1. One auntie didn't have now. One auntie had 3. Like, when is this? These people are weird in a weird way. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. Y'all
But I don't get this. Marguerite, the kid who's in line, the grandchild who's in line, who's his second in line to the throne, he's younger than the eldest son. So I think in Denmark, their royal family does something weirder. Because he's 16, and the eldest that was throwing a fit, Nikolai, is 23.
Okay, wait. So the grandchild, younger than the second son, but the grandchild, the 16-year-old grandchild, was second in line?
He's second in line, yes.
Well, he should have kept his title.
This is how it goes. The line of succession in Denmark is... I really want to research this. The succession to the Danish throne, it goes, dynasts lose their right to the throne if they marry without the permission of the monarch. Ooh. Individuals born to unmarried dynasts or former dynasts who are married without royal permission and their descendants are excluded from the throne as well. Further, when approving a marriage, the monarch can impose conditions that must be met in order for any resulting offspring to have succession rights.
Okay, we'll get to the good stuff. Is it passing to her oldest child first?
It's going to go to Crown Prince Frederick. Then it's going to go to Christian. Frederick was born in 1968 and Christian was born in 2005.
Damn. He waited that long to have kids?
Oh, this is the problem. It's the first. This is the issue. This is the issue. It's because Frederick is the firstborn child, and it's the firstborn of the firstborn that is heir, and the firstborn of the firstborn is 16 years old. Damn.
Okay, but that's not a problem. He should still have his title.
I think he will have his title. He's a crown prince.
No, I'm saying the 16-year-old boy should have his title because he's the indirect succession. I could see if you want to lop off for everybody else, they're just the hangers on. I think the 23-year-old son is trying to make a play for the throne. Now that's me. I don't know.
He is. He's a model and everything. He has a what's it called?
OnlyFans.
No, oh Lord. He has an ego.
Oh, listen, you can't just say anything because I just immediately think they got an OnlyFans. Right, Princess Anne did not want her children to have titles. I read that somewhere.
Why didn't she want her kids to have titles?
Because she she said, well, first of all, they were never going to be ascend to the throne at all. Second of all, she wanted them to have the choice, basically. And she did not want them to have to grow up under the horrific scrutiny that she did.
Mm.
What scrutiny did she grow up in?
Oh my God, child.
All the
I don't have
rules.
time to educate you tonight.
She
I've been
did
on here
not
too
grow up-
long.
She did not grow up in any scrutiny.
Yes, she did.
What did they do to her? Her mother did nothing except stay quiet during a very major traumatic event that was going on in Germany.
Oh, honey, you really don't understand. Oh my God.
But that's the issue. The royal family doesn't get involved in politics.
Yeah, but no. And growing up in scrutiny, you have to understand these were like the movie stars. And so you think it's now we can actually control more of our media, right? Because as famous people, because you're social media, so you could post what you want and how you want it. Then that wasn't that way. There was a thing as paparazzi. There was a thing as like gossip columns. There was a thing like people act like we didn't know what was going on. It was bad. I mean, Anne actually was under so much scrutiny at, when's she going to get married? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh
She's
my
the ice
God.
princess, yada, yada, yada. All this other stuff. And she even at one point, she got kidnapped.
Really?
What?
I didn't hear about that.
Yes, Princess Anne got kidnapped.
By
Are you
who?
sure?
Now, when I sign off here, you go look that up. She got kidnapped. Or it was
She
an
almost
attempted
got kidnapped.
kidnapping.
Here it
It was
is. I looked
attempted
it up.
kidnapping. Anyway, regardless, the woman went through some shit.
Oh, I don't blame her for not taking.
So cut her some slack. She didn't want her baby to, she didn't want her kids to go through the same thing.
And her husband didn't take a title as Earl because he has to be an Earl, and he didn't take it.
Mark, yeah, he was never really. They were equestrians together. He was never really interested in the title.
Dang, I
Why
didn't
is
know that.
Edward, Prince Edward, why is he not a duke and he's an Earl? That doesn't make any sense.
He was so far down the line of succession.
Oh, that's true. Oh, he's very far down. You're right.
Now, with Harry and them not working no more, if I were Charles, I would give Edward a dukedom. I'd give him a duke title.
You would? That would move him up in the line of succession very high up.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I would.
He would be ahead of Anne.
I don't think Anne would want it anyway.
I don't think Anne would, but he technically is younger than Anne.
Well, she's still the Princess Royal.
Ooh, it's gonna be chaotic. It's gonna be chaotic. But this is just it's this family has a lot
Real
of
life Game of Thrones. Just, hey. Little Game of Thrones, little House of the Dragon. That's what we got going on here.
But Princess Sophie, I heard she's gonna have a big role in what's his called royalty in King Charles.
Really?
Yes. Because she's held a lot with that family because there's allegedly been a lot of scandals and she held her ground with those scandals and managed them, gave them good therapeutic advice and everything.
Did you see how she cold-shouldered Meghan? Ice.
I was just like,
I was like, this shit funny as hell. This is some funny shit.
oh, she currently is in the Congo. I think you see they're visiting the Commonwealth. They're visiting
Sophie
and Edward. That's how you
what
know.
I tell you, they're finna be a duke. Finna be. He's gonna give him a dukedom so she can be a duchess.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I were really wanting to be a strong daddy and nasty, I'd snatch them duke and duchess titles.
From who?
The Duke and Duchess of Montecito.
They don't have that title anymore.
Yes, they do.
How? They
They
abdicated.
still have the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. That's why they have to be using it all the time. But she don't want a title. Then give it back, bitch. You know, that's like, I don't want to be married to you, but I'm gonna hold on to the damn. I don't want to marry you, but I'm gonna hold on to the engagement ring. You don't get that back. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't want to be with you, but I want all your stuff. Nah, that ain't how that work. I'd snag them. I'd snatch them right up. Sure would.
She
And
did it.
then I'd be super rude, and I'd write it out that the kids could choose at 18 if they wanted to be HRHs.
Because technically, right now, online, when you type it in, their name as Master and Miss.
Because
Archie and Lily.
he has not officially bestowed them with the Prince and Princess titles. Now, so he took away. So what happened is there is a kind of like a small council. It's a royal council of people that if the king or queen is if they're incapacitated, the monarch is incapacitated, these people can step in and could still conduct the duties
Mm-hmm.
in his or her absence. So Beatrice and Eugenia were on that council, as well as Harry and Andrew when Queen Elizabeth was alive. There's 6 people on that. So it's Charles, William, Harry, Eugenia, Beatrice, and Andrew. He took Beatrice and Eugenia off. He put Anne on there. I want to say he may have put Edward on there, but I'm not entirely sure. Now everybody's waiting to see if they're going to take Harry and Andrew off of that council.
How are they still on that council if he abdicated?
That was up to the Queen. The Queen had to ask for that, and then Parliament had to okay it. The Queen never asked. Don't forget, that's her favorite grandchild. She loved that boy.
She loved that boy, and he upset her.
She really loved that boy. She really and truly did. So, you do things.
And if it were not for tradition, I feel like she would have made sure Harry was in the line of succession higher up than William. If it was not for tradition.
I think she probably would have made sure it was William. Listen, I don't think Philip ever really, he loved the son, of course. I just always got the impression that they would have, everybody knew this. There was some talk a few years back that they were going to basically talk to Charles to kind of have him step out of the way to let William step in. I become king.
That's what should have happened. And first of all, didn't she change something in the Constitution to make sure that Charles becomes king? Because technically he's not supposed to, because I don't think you're allowed to get a divorce as a royal. And still,
She changed that. She did some additional letter. And technically not supposed to marry a divorced person, because technically the Church of England believes that you're never truly divorced as long as your divorced spouse is still alive, you're still technically married. So I don't know, but the Queen and the monarch of England being the head of the church, like the Pope, maybe they decided on a new canon. I don't know, child. I ain't a member of the Church of England. I don't know. But I do know that people really, for a while there, people were really wanting it to be William rather than Charles.
Charles is going to die in 20 years. Not even 20. He's going to die soon.
See, you still trying to get me Jason Lead over here. Stop.
You need to see his fingers. His fingers are very swollen, and I'm just like, those are bad signs.
I've seen his fingers. I might not believe I might not feel like he's long for this earth either. But I'm gonna keep that in my private thoughts and not have that out on the YouTubes. My God, today.
It's a little too late for that now.
Adrian says she believes the Queen tried with Meghan. I believe she did too.
I believe she
I
did.
really do. Now that I believe wholeheartedly, I believe the Queen really did try with Meghan. I really do think so. You could tell when they were out, like she was so gracious. Like even though Meghan was kind of bumbling and didn't know she was supposed to let the Queen get in first, or you know what I'm saying, like, or you know what I'm saying, like walk behind the Queen. Like she didn't. She missed that class, but the Queen was so gracious with the whole thing. And then even when she be like giggling and signaling, you know, and she's supposed to be quiet, the Queen kind of shushed her just with her presence and not really embarrassed the girl.
Exactly, because she could have.
She could have.
Didn't the Queen? I saw this recap of something at Diana's funeral. The Queen, they said that was the first time the Queen curtsied for someone, for Diana when she died. You literally saw the Queen do a one last curtsy.
Really? Yeah, I don't know how she really felt about Diana. I think seeing her grandchildren in such pain.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Probably changed her mind about things.
But I don't get, why did Diana have a flag over her casket? She was no longer a royal. Is it because she's the first marriage to a royal?
I think the people would have absolutely rioted if they didn't. I'm not even kidding. When Diana died, that was a big thing.
Yeah. A lot of people were upset.
That was a big thing.
And the way she died too.
Yes.
Being chased by the press, right?
By the paparazzi. That's what they say.
But you know,
some people also say that somebody messed with them brakes. No, dead ass.
Yeah, I heard that.
Sebastian's cracking up. He's like, oh.
No, I heard that.
I'm full of conspiracies. I could tell. I've heard them all.
I truly feel bad for the way she died.
I do too.
And the Queen,
I don't think. Yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. But I do, you know, some people. I mean, people were saying that it was deliberate.
It was an inside job.
Well, a lot of people were saying.
Yeah.
The way it was set up for her to die with her mistress. Oh Lord. Mm-mm.
But they were already engaged. I think that
she was pregnant allegedly.
Oh yeah, I had heard that too. Oh yeah, that was never gonna happen. If that woman was honestly pregnant, the mother of the future king of England, are you kidding me? Child? Nah, they weren't gonna let that happen.
But Fergie still has her title. They're still allowing Fergie to have her title, even though she's not married to Andrew anymore. She's allowed to have her title.
She's not Her Royal Highness anymore, is she?
She's still a duchess.
Well, Princess Diana kept her title too. She just couldn't be She couldn't be HRH. Her Royal Highness. See, Prince Harry is still Prince Harry, and he's still the Duke of Sussex. Meghan is still the Duchess of Sussex. The reason why they're not that, well, I'll leave that alone. But they're no longer HRH. With the HRH title comes money from from England, comes security, right, from the Commonwealth, comes security, comes all sorts of other perks and things with that HRH title, which is why they want to try to keep it, but still not do any work.
Can they strip their Duke title?
Yes, he could do whatever he wants to.
He needs to strip it. I'm tired.
That's what I just said. You told me I was wrong. That I was cold-hearted. That is a possibility for William to supersede Charles. Absolutely. Against everyone. Yes, against everyone. She came out and bowed to Diana's cancer. I'm going to look that up. I don't remember that. And I remember that funeral, but I don't remember that.
I didn't watch it.
Child, how old were you? That was in the mid 90s.
I wasn't even born.
I don't remember. How old was I? Young?
You wouldn't have remembered.
Yeah,
You were
no.
young. You were too young. You were too young.
No, I never watched it.
Harry did a short on how she was alive in the back seat. They were taking pictures, not helping. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Who did a short? Harry?
Harry
What short did he do for her?
said that she was still alive in the back seat, that they were just taking pictures, not helping her.
Who was it?
Diana, his mama.
Oh, really?
Y'all, I gotta go. Y'all, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta go.
I gotta go. Bye-bye.
Oh my God. This has been
It's about
fun
to
though,
be 2
y'all.
o'clock.
I have
I'm on the
enjoyed
East
it.
Coast. Bye-bye.
Yes.
You need to do a whole royal series. That's what you need to do.
Well, this is a
Bye.
very enjoyable conversation, everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys.
Thank you,
Listen,
bye.
we went from something very dark
To something light. Filled with darkness.
fuck we can't. No. All right, y'all. I'll figure out what we're gonna talk about next, but it ain't gonna be for no damn 5 hours. I'll tell you that. Y'all gonna get some shorts from me tomorrow. That's it. Don't look for me. You come over on Instagram. I'll be there for a half hour tomorrow night at 7:30.
I'll send you those videos of that woman who's making those TikToks.
Yes, I'll do that next. I was in love with her too. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great night. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you too for being here. So much appreciated. And we're gonna get on out of here. We're gonna get on out here. Peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I love you guys so much. Namaste. Bye, gang.